Hello and welcome to this commentary for Heroes of Might and Magic Quests for the Dragonbone Staff. I'll be speaking to you right after the intro. Some beautiful classic PlayStation 2 animations then. So we have 4 heroes to choose from, and we're going to go ahead and pick from one of our 4 starting heroes. So we have a knight, a paladin, a barbarian, and our sorceress. So we're going to go ahead and pick a sorceress for this playthrough because she has 2 wonderful assets. She starts the game being able to cast magic right at the beginning. And because of that, she also starts at a higher level with her magic ability than the other heroes do. And magic for this playthrough is going to be very, very useful. And I'll explain that a little bit as we go along. So I'm just going through here just to show what all the different items are. And we're going to call our sorceress Krug here. Just so everyone knows it's my video. I mean, if you want to use the footage, by all means, go ahead and do what you want. And we're going to whack on impossible difficulty, which doesn't actually make the game any more difficult in the sense of like we fight harder enemies or stats are changed. All it does is mean that we have less time to complete the game, and time is not going to be a problem for us. Again, as we'll see, because we're playing the sorceress. So we're just going to go ahead, get started, and have another cutscene.
You want to know about dragons? You fancy yourself a dragon slayer? You! What do you suppose a dragon to be? A dog at your feet? A mere beast? Even the lowliest of dragon commands the highest respect from mortal men, and you plan the demise of the great dragon Malazak. I, too, was once blinded by this ambition. Sent great men to their deaths, no hope for glory. Do you think that because Argus is your king that your revenge is honorable? You'll need more than a quick sword and a vengeful heart. You'll need that thing forged from the very essence of the greatest of all dragons. The great sunworm mother, who willed her own great heart to stop beating, had her bones cast at the feet of the great elven wizard Yartooth, whose magic bound her bones to the wood of the ancient first tree. Birthing to the universe that most terrible instrument of life and death, you'll need the Dragonbone staff.
The king lies in his deathbed, slowly succumbing to the poison from an assassin's blade. The queen can hold the kingdom together, but she has asked you to recover the Dragonbone staff that was stolen from the royal tombs. Find the Dragonbone staff and defeat Malazak before the poison takes the king's life in 200 days. Good luck. So as soon as the game starts, we want to ride to the nearest town, rent ourselves a boat, and we're going to just basically avoid all the combat we can and just look around for just be hunting gold, really, like an absolute leprechaun. And the reason we're doing this is twofold. So the first and main one is that the sorcerer, although she is powerful because she starts the game with the ability to use magic, she has quite low leadership. And leadership is basically the stat that dictates how many troops you can control at any one time. So it's arguably one of the most important stats. Think of it in terms of if you're playing Pokemon and you level your characters up too high and you don't have the correct badge, your troops will start rebelling against you. And the second reason we're doing that is because we want to go for, I guess, a perfect game in terms of how much time we're spending. So I actually restarted this several times, and there we go. Time stop spell. That's exactly what we came for. So I restarted this game several times to basically get this to occur. So each town will have a spell with it. And apart from the first town you come to right at the south side of the immediate castle, which will always have a 100 gold bridge spell, everything else is randomized. I mean, almost everything in the game is randomized. There's a certain few things that always say the same. For instance, there are 4 islands and there are 8 treasures, and the same 2 treasures will always appear on the same islands each time. So you can't have like a late game trinket turn up early game. And there are some parameters. So a lot of these monsters that we're going to be fighting, what we end up fighting is randomized, but there's a specific pool. So obviously when you get to the later islands, which is meant to be like the later stages of the game, the type of enemies you can fight are more powerful. So the reason we've gone for a time stop spell is because we want to complete this game in the shortest amount of time possible. And I don't mean that in terms of how long this video is, but I mean it in terms of how many days in-game end up getting used. So for hard mode, we have 200 days to do it. However, there's, well, we have a time stop spell, and we also have a vendor with which we can get these time stop spells. So the way the time stop spells work is they will stop time for 10 days multiplied by whatever your current magic level is. And with the sorcerer, we start off at level 2, so that's 20 days to begin with. Now, the way the days work is a bit weird. So the weeks you have on this game, every week is 5 days, and I guess the reason for that is just to make it easier for you to, you know, how many days you have until a new one pass over. If it was 7, it would be awkward as hell, etc, etc. And there is a limit. Like, you can't beat the whole game without using up some days, and the reason for that is every time you sail to another island, it will automatically take your current week to the end. So even if you only had 1 day left, it will take you to the end of that week. If you only just started a new week, it will take another week. I don't know. It just that's just the mechanic. It takes you to the end of whatever week you are currently on. So from going from Island 1 to Island 2 will take you 5 days, and that stops time stop spells. I suppose probably should have mentioned that. Actually, it makes actually explain how the bloody mechanic works. So even if you have a spell which is to stop time for 200 days, if you go to another island, it will automatically run it down to the end of the week. So to go from Island 1 to Island 2 is 5, 2 to 3 is another 5, 3 to 4 is another 5. So that's 3 weeks off the bat. And once you've visited like castles and towns on those islands, you can then use other spells in the game, teleport to town or teleport to castle spells, so that you don't have to travel by the sea again. So if you use those spells, you can basically keep the time stop going and not have to run down the week. So you have to end up using 3 weeks to travel to different islands. And then also, in order to defeat the final boss, Malazak, you have to use what's known as a Dragonbone staff, which is the whole reason why we're doing most of this bullshit, is to find pieces of the map so that we can then find where to dig. And the act of digging uses up 10 days, or not as such. Basically, it does the week thing twice. So we'll have 15 days to go to different islands, another 10 days to dig for the staff. Which means if you are fortunate, like I have done, and I say fortunate, if you repeat the game so many damn times that you manage to come across a town with a time stop spell early on, so that you can cheese the fuck out of the game like I have, the absolute minimum amount of in-game days you can use to beat the game is 25. And that's what we're going to be doing with this playthrough. We're going to be beating the game in 25 in-game days. That is the quickest we can do. Which, I also have to wonder, I mean, the whole storyline of this is that our king has been poisoned and we have to defeat Malazak. I'm guessing it's kind of magical poison, so defeating the dragon ends up curing it. I don't fully know how the fuck that one works. But it would have to be poison, because 200 days, I mean, what poison takes the better part of a fucking year to kill someone? A bad poison, that's for damn sure. Even 25 days to kill someone, like, they are using the most ineffective poisons I can... Very slow acting, very, very slow acting is all I can say about it. So, yeah, that's the reason why we started the way we have. And allow me to illuminate on some of the actual gameplay. I've been talking about the mechanics and I haven't actually got into the game all that much. So we have a small little contingent of troops at the moment. And we... See, this motherfucker right here. This is exactly why we wanted to make sure we had a lot of leadership. And we managed to increase the strength of our force a little bit. Because they have a troll on the enemy team, which early on isn't too much of a problem. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Late on isn't too much of a problem. Early on, a troll can absolutely destroy your force. So the elves over there are archers, so we're just going to freeze them to, well, so we don't get hit by them. And they're very strong archers. So what we're going to do is freeze them and then send our sprites over to attack. So you may have noticed whenever I've been attacking something, they will retaliate, and that's part of the mechanic of the game. So each one of your units can attack preemptively once per each one of your turns. So you can only move, well, you can only use your characters once. You can only get them to attack once per turn. Each is a way to explain it. And they can also only retaliate once per turn. So you're always going to get attacked the first time you attack an enemy on that turn. But they can only retaliate once. So there's a bit of a strategy involved there, in that you can use tougher units, tankier units, to take that counter attack first, and then use other units to swoop in. So our pikemen have 10 HP, so they're a little bit tankier than the other ones. Now, the reason the trolls can absolutely fuck us over early on is these motherfuckers have 50 hit points. To put in perspective, our peasants have 1 hit point, our sprites have 1 hit point, our militia I think have 2 or 3, our archers have... I'm trying to remember now. I think our archers have 10 and our pikemen have 10. 50 is a ridiculous amount, and what makes it worse is that they regenerate at the end of their turn. So, the regeneration only works into saving an individual troll. So what it means by that is that there are 2 trolls that we are fighting at the moment, which means that that stack has 100 hit points. And yeah, we've managed to kill one. Thank the Emperor. So, I guess the best way to think of it is in increments of 50. If you are not able to do more than 50 points of damage to take out that increment, then whichever troll you've been attacking will regenerate. So what that means is if you are not able to do 50 points of damage in a single round of battle with your troops, you will not be able to kill the troll. It will regenerate every single turn, and it will just slowly whittle you down. There's nothing you can do. There's no strategy around that. You have to basically have a DPS check. You need to be able to do 50 points or you're not going to win. And we're quite unlucky. The trolls are relatively rare on the first island. I mean, even when we come across them, there's only 2 usually that you'll come across. And that's specifically for that reason. They are horrible bastards that can really fuck you up, and they're definitely the biggest roadblock and biggest threat early on in the game. If you come across them, they can take your whole squad out if you don't have them strong enough. So, before... And well, we were quite unlucky to be able to come across them so early on. Now, how leadership in this game works is that your leadership is equal to the amount of hit points in a unit that you can control. And what this ends up meaning is that, for instance, I mean, let's see if we can, I mean, we had about 68 sprites, as I recall, which means at the time at which we brought those sprites, we had 68 leadership. It's probably gone up a little bit now, in fact, yeah, it's gone up to, well, we could buy 92 and we already had some peasants, so it's probably well over 100 at this point. What that ends up meaning is because the leadership is based on the amount of hit points that your characters have, that characters who have a very low amount of hit points, like sprites, end up hitting like trucks. To kind of put it in perspective, so imagine you have 100 leadership. With 100 leadership, you could get 100 sprites because they have 1 hit point each, or you could get 10 pikemen because they have 10 hit points each. The pikemen deal 2 to 4 damage each. There's a little bit of a random number generator going on there. So you have 10 pikemen dealing 2 to 4 damage. That means that your stack of 10 pikemen are going to deal 20 to 40 damage. The sprites, on the other hand, have a damage of 1 to 2, which means that the sprites are going to be dealing between 100 to 200 damage. It's a bit of a step up. Now, there's a few hidden mechanics which mean it doesn't quite work like that. So you have tiers of enemies, and I guess the reason they have that is to try and prevent this from happening. So higher tier units tend to take a little bit less damage from lower tier units, but the exact numbers and the exact mechanics behind it, I trust me when I say I have scoured the internet and literally no one seems to know. I wish someone had kind of data mined this game a little bit more to kind of dig in and see what's going on there, but just can't find it. And so what that ends up creating is this situation where higher tiered units like the pikemen you'll usually want to use as your tanks. So for instance, the pikemen have 10 hit points. I mean, they're not that tanky compared to some units we come up later on, but at the end of every combat phase, when the battle ends and you go into a new battle, any hit points are replenished, but if you lose any units from your stack, those are not replenished. So to try and mitigate the losses as you go forward, what you tend to want to do is use some of your stronger units, like the pikemen that have hit points, to kind of tank it, and then use your weaker but more numerous ones to come in, swoop in, and deal like the damage, deal the killing blows. And it's actually why the archers that we get from the castle are arguably the worst archers in the game. I mean, they're not bad units. The one benefit they have is that they are reasonably tough, but that actually works against them. Because they're reasonably tough with 10 hit points, it means you can't have as many of them, which means that their DPS is less. I mean, their damage is pretty piss poor to begin with anyway. I mean, archers only deal 1 to 2 damage, whereas, take for instance orcs, okay, they only have 5 hit points, but they deal 2 to 3 damage. And because they have 5 hit points, you can have twice as many orcs as the archers in the same amount. So instead of having 1 to 2 hit points of damage per shot, you're going to be dealing 4 to 6. And they're considered to be at the same level skill-wise, so any other factors that play in don't matter. And obviously with them being orcs, obviously with them being archers, you're going to be able to attack enemies from a distance, so you're not really expecting them to be getting hit. So from your ranged units, it's far more important that you have a higher overall DPS than it is from having a bit, slightly tankier stats. The archers do have their place when you come across enemy archers and mages and stuff like that. In fact, here we go, these orcs here, and there aren't too many yet. There's only 5 of them, so we wanna target them immediately. So they do have their place, for instance, here, that they are quite tanky, that they're going to get shot at by the orcs a little bit and not suffer too many casualties. In fact, I don't think they'll suffer any casualties if we can focus them down. But that's because our archers massively outnumber the orcs. That's the only reason we're winning it. Okay, rather than having equal numbers, say, if you're having equal amount of leadership, so 20 militia to 40 orcs, the 40 orcs are probably going to win that. So, you know, there's a few little... I say a few little... There's quite a lot of nuance to this game, which you kind of only pick up as you play through it. And this was a game, as a kid, I played through a disgusting amount. I don't know what it is. I know when this game came out, it didn't receive relatively favourable reviews. And a big reason for that is that a lot of people just kind of seemed it as kind of a upgrade to a much older game known as The King's Bounty, which I've never actually played, way before my time. But the way I've saw it, and the way I still do, okay, it was a bit of a simplistic game style at the time. I mean, I think that's what it was, is that it went back to, you have a board and you move troops around it. And at the time, we was getting, you know, this was around the time that like Halo Combat Evolved started to come out. It was really pushing the boundaries of what games could do. And the mechanics of a game like this just seemed kind of outdated. And it's a bit of a snobby way of seeing it, but that was how the environment was at the time. And thankfully that isn't so much the case. In fact, we've kind of gone back to our roots a little bit more with indie titles. I mean, a classic example of that is the XCOM franchise. The XCOM franchise released some first-person shooter that has been completely forgotten from the annals of time. So people were really excited when it got announced, like, oh my god, XCOM game, I remember those are really good. And it came out and it was some fucking generic corridor shooter, and it's basically just been forgotten. No one remembers that XCOM game. And then they got a smaller team together. Okay, I'm remembering this completely off a memory of a podcast I listened to, so it might be wrong. But as I recall from them explaining it, they got a smaller team together that was like, okay, our main game hasn't worked. You can go off and you can do your side project, and you can, do what old XCOM was, where you have turn-based strategy, cover, movements, rather than the first-person shooter. And I'm certain if you've come across this channel, then you're probably quite into gaming, and you're aware of how unbelievably successful XCOM and XCOM 2 were. Because people like strategy. It's like, for the longest time, major AAA companies, I feel dirty just saying the term AAA companies, but they kind of just gave up on horror, because they said, oh, no one was interested in horror, there's no market for it. And it's like, well, yeah, if you don't actually try and make any games to fit there, you're not going to know if the market exists or not. And then all of a sudden, indie games start coming out. I think it was like Amnesia and stuff like that, and they became quite big YouTube fodder. And then people were like, holy shit, people like horror games? It's like, yes, it never changed. Just because Resident Evil went this weird action route, which was good for one game and then not any of the others. Okay, I'll say that. I actually quite like Resident Evil 5. Yeah, doesn't mean it went away. And yeah, people just... And I hate to go on about it, but I just feel like game critics in some ways have done more harm than good when it comes to gaming. Again, maybe I'm just thinking of them in more modern times when they are completely fucking useless and give The Last of Us 2 Game of the Year award, and like literally the entire internet goes, what the fuck are you doing? But I see a lot of the same things with movie critics, that they just don't seem to get it. And I start to wonder, okay, is that a relatively recent phenomenon? Or has this been going on where critics just seem to be so disjointed from the main gaming public? And it's only recently that I've started to notice that. Because a lot of what they say the general population wants is absolutely wrong. I mean, this game kind of got shat on for not having modernized its gameplay features. And again, I don't know if that was true at the time. I don't know if a lot of people didn't like this. All I know is that this was one of my favorite games. And even coming back to play it, yes, it's got its problems, but I booted up my emulator, tried to play this, and it didn't work. And that's one thing I found with the PlayStation 2 emulator. There is a lot of problems with actually getting it to run a lot of games. And if you look on, I believe it's the PCSX2 website, there's usually a lot of information there on, you know, what settings you have to put into what situation to get certain games running. And there was none for this. Every single time you would go into the fights, it would slow down to like 40%. And unfortunately, if you pay close attention to this playthrough, you'll notice that still happening. If you listen closely when I go into a fight, sometimes there's a little bit of a slowdown. I don't think it's enough that it's so noticeable that it ruins the experience. Otherwise, I wouldn't, you know, put this out there if I thought it was too bad. But you can notice it, but it's not enough really to like ruin the experience. And it's so yeah, I managed to get this working, and I was like, okay, let's play a little bit of this, maybe see if we can make a walkthrough. And I played the whole thing from start to finish in one go. And I understand an aspect of that is going to be nostalgia. I have fond memories of playing this back at a simpler time, back when the world didn't seem so bleak and dark and bitter and all of that. But I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun going through it. I mean, I guess the biggest problem with it is that it's not the most in-depth and there isn't a huge amount of content. I mean, this whole walkthrough is done in 4 hours and there isn't... I mean, they do randomize it, so there's a bit of replayability to it. But at the same time, a lot of games back from that period didn't have a huge amount of content. Unless your name was GTA. I mean, you only have to look at my old Resident Evil games. And if you know what you're doing, you can complete them really quickly. Obviously, I knew what I was doing with this because I completed it so many times when I was little. If you didn't, it would probably take longer, and I recall it taking longer. I recall not even being able to beat normal difficulty, and me going, how the fuck are you meant to do it in 200 days? You must have to speedrun this shit. And obviously, as I've gotten older, I've figured out all the nicks and knacks to getting that working. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with this, and I'm fully prepared to admit that my taste in games is a bit shite. The Alien vs Predator Extinction games, I fucking love those. And I'm sure I can't be the only one, considering some of the positive comments and views I've got on it. So I do have to wonder, was this game really bad? Or was it just that the reviewers were expecting something that this game never even attempted to offer, you know? Oh, maybe I'm just getting too into a whole kettle of fish here, but I don't know. It's like, if you'll permit me to go even further on this little tangent, Boondock Saints, and it's also why I absolutely despise Rotten Tomatoes. I think it's a fucking shite website. If you go on Rotten Tomatoes for Boondock Saints, it has a 0% from critics. Yet it's like 90 plus from audiences. And you're like, what the fuck is going on? What kind of weird breed are movie critics? Like, do they just spend all their time sniffing their own farts? Has all the methane gone to their head and that's why they don't think like the rest of us? I know different people have different opinions, but sometimes a lot of them just seem to be in lockstep with the same opinions. It's like, what are you talking about? Does any of that make any sense? I'm sure it isn't. I mean, it's like when the Joker movie came out. That seemed to have been beloved by audiences. I really like the Joker movie. I haven't seen it. You should probably watch it. Joaquin Phoenix, if that's how you pronounce his name. Really, really good in it. But yeah, a lot of critics seemed to shit on it. And it seemed almost as if critics weren't shitting on it for the movie itself, but they were for tangential reasons. For instance, the person who directed it had previously directed the Hangover movie, and so a lot of people were going, oh, this guy's done the Hangover movie, doesn't mean that this movie can offer anything of substance. I'm just going to say it's shit anyway, with really flimsy evidence because of this guy's background. It's like, Jesus Christ, no wonder actors get typecast, and even directors get typecast, like M. Night Shyamalan. has to have a twist at the end of everyone's movies. Anyways, I should probably talk about the game that we're actually doing a commentary from, rather than just going on massive tangents about gripes I have, shouldn't we? So we've cleared out about the bottom half of the map of Arcathia, the beginning map of this this game, and really there is just a lot of small fighting. So for the most part, what I tried to do is get involved in every one of the fights that I could to, I guess, show off the combat. And originally, every time you fight something, if you press the triangle button on the PlayStation device, you can kind of speed it up. And the first time I did this, I was very concerned about having a 4-hour video. And this was years ago when I first had the idea of doing this, and I did the first one. That's what it was. I got it working, and then for about 2 years afterwards, I could not get it working again on the emulator. And then when I could get it working again on the emulator, I was so grateful to go through the game again, because I like this game. I know people don't, but I do. Watch my videos of shitty games, goddammit. Yeah, the first time I went through it, I was so concerned about having videos that are very, very long. In fact, if you go to my oldest videos, they're of PlayStation June, and I was so concerned that they were going to be like 7 fucking hours long that I ended up doing 2 times speed on the missions, and then making it so that the cutscenes in between the missions were played at normal speed. The problem with that, I mean, YouTube, you already have 2 times speed on it. If you wanted to do that, you could do it anyway. And a big reason why I did it is towards the later missions. Well, 1, because it took such a long time, but 2, towards the later missions on the PlayStation device just wasn't suited to being able to run it. So you get such horrendous slowdown that it is a pain to finish off. And I was very concerned, well, in fact, with it like that, it meant that the final missions almost looked as if they were running at normal speed. So I ended up doing 2 times speed. I think that and Resident Evil playing through as Jill Valentine, they were the first videos ever made. Back when I had nothing but a laptop. And let me tell you, trying to get recording software, an emulator, and all of that to run smoothly on a laptop, that is... that's not the easiest thing to do, and it's why I didn't do commentaries for the longest time. I didn't have a mic like I do now, and even now when I speak half the time, I'm just... I'm certain if ever you've spoken into a mic or whatnot, you've kind of listened back and like, oh god, is that what I sound like? You have such a different perception of how you sound. It's something to do with, you know, the way it reverberates through your skull and whatnot, that when you hear your voice outside, it comes across as so uncanny valley that it makes you uncomfortable. So for the longest time I didn't have a mic and I just made videos, and then eventually I was like, right, okay, what I want to do is for every one of these games that I go through, since I'm putting in so much time into trying to make these walkthroughs, and I feel a lot of the strategy behind what I'm doing is kind of getting lost in just watching the video. My idea was, okay, I want to make a walkthrough and a commentary of each game, with them being the same footage. It hasn't quite worked out like that, but the initial idea was it being the same footage, one with commentary, one without, so people can decide. And it took me years to actually get over my voice, and in fact, with me trying to get into a little bit of live streaming, and I think the first commentary I did was Resident Evil Survivor. If you go back there, you'll see it sounds horrendous. I'm slowly starting to get the knack of it. I have a Blue Yeti microphone with, I've got a pop guard now, so I don't get so many noises coming in, and a sponge on it, so I'm slowly getting the hang of it. And once I discovered that, I was like, right, let's just do the whole game from start to finish. Don't mess around with the timing, even if that means being 7 hours long. I don't think any sane person should actually watch my June 2000 walkthroughs unless you just want to put it on as background noise and just get weird audio enjoyment from the nostalgia. But hopefully that way I was then like, okay, I can do like a commentary over this. So I'm just going to leave it bare bones. I'm going to try and edit as little as possible to actually produce this. And that's where we are now. I mean, I regularly get like up to at least 4 viewers in my live stream, so I'm basically like YouTube royalty now. Anyways, we've kind of killed enough of we've blathered enough over the initial section of this game, which admittedly there's a little bit of grinding, and as I kind of mentioned, or I guess kind of alluded to earlier, I was fully aware that this walkthrough wasn't exactly going to be the best or the most well received. It was mostly just an excuse to go back and play this game, and to be brutally honest, my whole channel was just an excuse to go and play games that I really enjoyed in my my youth, my younger years, and the times when life was a simpler time, shall we say. And I was like, oh yeah, but I you know, I'm coming into adulthood now. I need to actually be more productive with my time. I can't afford to do stuff like that. It's like, I know. If we make videos out of them, since we're like on the borderline of being a little bit autistic anyways, and we will play a game over and over and over and over and over again till we get it just right. Admittedly, not nearly as bad as speedrunners do. Like, they are a completely different breed of person. Like that's weapon grade autism. That's like plutonium 233 autism. To be able to go over that, like just the sheer commitment to do something like that. I was watching Octavia. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce his name, but he does Dead by Daylight content, and he was trying to do a Dark Souls 2 run, killing every single boss, including all 3 DLCs, without taking a hit. And I think he spent 4 bloody months going through it, and he got to the very, very final boss and got hit, and it's like, nah, I'm done. Like, I can't fathom. I mean, maybe if I was in a position that someone like him was in, where I could make a living off of just playing video games, then it's something that I could kind of do, but to do 4 months on one game on the most bullshit challenge, it just does not appeal to me at all. I want to move on. But anyway, we're going to come across our first section of the Dragonbone staff map. And here we have the Cards of Fortune. Now, the Cards of Fortune are a little bit weird in that they're arguably... I can't even say that they're the most useless artifact you're going to come across, because I'm not entirely certain what they do. Even looking online, a lot of the information seems very contradictory. To the best of my knowledge, I mean, when you go to pick up the Cards of Fortune, it mentions that they increase your luck. As you'd imagine, that they're Cards of Fortune. It's got fortune in the name. But as anyone who's ever played any kind of RPG, most of the time you have a luck stat, and you're never fully certain what the fuck it actually does. It's often just like a dumping ground, like a dumping stat that you never really bother with. And on this game, the mechanics behind it, I can only assume, are not well understood enough that we can't figure out what the hell it's actually meant to do. And to the best of my knowledge, there's 2 things that I think it might do, and I can't confirm either of them, unfortunately. So I have noticed every now and then when you're fighting an enemy, when they go to attack you or when they go to retaliate, they don't actually do any damage. And for the longest time, I just thought this is because you killed an enemy in some way that... Or that they were so weak in comparison to your troops that it was just a case of the damage that they're doing is rounded down, so it makes it look as if it's doing 0 damage. I did come across one wiki online, and oh crap, we just ruined that. Okay, those elves would have joined us if we had space. Yeah, I came across one wiki online that kind of suggested that when that occurs as a result of the cards that you pick up. And I mean, I do notice it usually happens later on in the game, so I was never certain if it was a case of that is the effect of the cards, or whether or not it is a case that it's only towards the mid to late portion of the game that you have a stack so strong that the damage they take is practically negligible. So you need to have a relatively strong stack of relatively strong warriors before the damage they do doesn't occur. I honestly don't know the answer. I wish I did, but like I said, going through different wikis and trying to learn more about the game, it's I can't find the information. Unfortunately, back when this game came out, which would have been the early 2000s, the internet wasn't quite what it is now. A lot of the facts and stuff you come across are usually just some dude who happens to be quite passionate about the game and wants to be productive, and you have like a text file almost. I mean, that's what it was. It was just text files. So they'd have to like do spacing and try to make pictures out of texts. So it wasn't like nowadays. Like, can you imagine Dark Souls coming out like pre-2000? Like, you don't understand what the half the things do in that game unless you go and consult the wiki. Or even Minecraft. Can you imagine trying to figure out Minecraft out without a wiki to tell you what you actually need to put in to build stuff? It just wouldn't work. So that's one interpretation of what the Cards of Fortune do. The other one is, I mean, obviously there's a lot of RNG in this game. Every time you're fighting, it kind of rolls damage. So, for instance, like the a unit. Well, for instance, a sprite will deal 1 to 2 damage per entity. So, if 110 sprites, theoretically, again, skill comes into it, and I don't fully understand why. Sorry, not why, but how, I should say. So, theoretically, a sprite should do between 110 to 220 damage. Maybe it's a case that the Cards of Fortune mean that you're more likely to get favourable rolls. That would make sense, that it's just like one of those stats that you don't really get to see. But I have absolutely no evidence to back that up other than just a pure coincidence and a pure hunch. I haven't gone around number crunching, you know, taking several thousand battles pre-card and post-card to see if that happens. I'm certain somewhere at some university, or even just some dude in his spare time, has compiled a study on that, but it's not something that I've been able to find, I'm afraid. But that is the one of 2 artifacts that you're going to be coming across on Arcathia. And considering the way we're going to be playing this particular playthrough, neither one of the artifacts in Arcathia are going to be in any way useful. There are 8 artifacts in total throughout the game, as I've mentioned before, 2 on each map. And of those 8, 3 of them are basically useless. I mean, I say basically. Again, I don't know what the Cards of Fortune do. So maybe they are playing a role in the background that I'm just not familiar with. And maybe they are making the game, you know, a little bit easier. I just can't quantify what that effect is. But the other 2, they do have uses. In fact, one of the other artifact you have on this map, if you're perhaps a little bit less experienced with this game, because let's face it, why the hell would you be experienced with this game? No one plays this fucking game anymore except me. It can be very useful. And if you're not trying to just completely break the game like I try to, it can be very useful. For this playthrough, though, absolutely useless. We literally will get... Okay, we'll get some use out of it, but it's so negligible. God, I'm trying to be very vague, so I'm trying not to talk about what the artifact does until I actually get to it. But it's not working too well. It's not working too well. But we've cleared out the overwhelming majority of the beginning of Arcathia at this point. Admittedly, we probably could have... Oh, some ghosts. They will come in handy later. That's another spoiler. Admittedly, we probably could have tried to avoid a few more battles than we have done. I know one cheese method of playing this game is just to buy a boat, sail everywhere, avoid all the fights, pray you come across the map to the second island, and go to the second island, do the exact same thing, and in the process you're getting so much gold, you're getting so much leadership, and potentially even the artifacts, and you just try to avoid as much fighting as you can. And a lot of these small scale fights that we do, they don't really mean much. It's more just enemies that happen to be in the way. In all honesty, it's a little bit of padding. There wouldn't be much of a game if these didn't exist, to be honest. You could absolutely speedrun this. Although, how you would go about doing that, it's so RNG heavy that I'd have to imagine, like, you could beat this game in minutes if you knew what to do. And a big reason for that is where the Dragonbone staff is randomized every game, and that's the whole point. We go around fighting villains and collecting artifacts, because each one gives us a little bit of section of the Dragonbone staff, and then we can go and find where it is by looking on the map and seeing, you know, what specific landmarks there are, and we can try and find where it is. Knowing how utterly insane speedrunners are, I'm sure they would find some way, or they would probably literally play it for a month just to make it so that the Dragonbone staff was fortunate enough to appear like on the square right outside the castle, which is probably, I don't know, something like a 6,000 to 1 chance. But I know what that breed of people are like. They will absolutely restart a game 6,000 times just to get the optimum start with it. Or they'll try and mod it, as was recently a case. I can't remember the name of him because it's not the kind of content I'm particularly interested in. But there was some YouTuber who got really big for doing like Minecraft speedruns. Like, I mean, blew up to millions of subscribers over like a few months. And he kept doing all these speedruns that are really, really quick, and then decided to upload some of the footage actually to like I think it's the Game Speeds archive, which is where they keep all of the actual speed running information. They vet all the videos coming in to make sure, you know, it's not been spliced in any way or not been tampered with, or etc, etc, and all that good stuff. So when you just put up on YouTube, obviously there's not that kind of vetting process. It's only if you are actually going out of your way to say, oh, I've actually got a world record. And they did some mathematics into the probability that he was getting from playing through his these games. Admittedly, I don't know the most around Minecraft. I've kind of played around it a little bit with some friends. It's not something I got super into. I like goals for myself. I like specific tasks. And Minecraft, let's face it, is just giant Lego for kids. I have some sprites join us. And so yeah, I wasn't super into it, but they like did the mathematics behind it, and it became obvious that he had modded his games to get these extraordinarily good runs. And the guy was saying, no, you know, obviously it can happen. It's like probability based, so it has a chance of happening. And they were like, yes, but the probability of all these things happening in succession in your videos, bearing in mind that you make so many of them, was like 1 in 7.5 trillion to 1 or something stupid. And it's like, if you had that just one almost godlike miracle run, you could, you know, kind of believe it. But if you're consistently getting that to happen, I mean, it's statistically improbable enough to the point that you would say that it's impossible. You know, nothing really in life is impossible, but stuff is so statistically improbable that you would say it's impossible. Like, if I were to walk out of my front door and I spontaneously combust, that's not impossible. I know there's been certain cases in history where apparently some person randomly spontaneously combusted, and you could, you know, say maybe there's some kind of like solar flare that just so happens to, you know, there's or fucking meta-universes or other such nonsense. You could argue that anything you do is in some way technically possible, but when you're reaching into the trillions to 1, you have to be like, yeah, but is it though? You know, I know it's not impossible, but impossible doesn't... You're not necessarily even saying it's impossible. It's a complete semantics game. You're saying it's so improbable that you say it's impossible. I've gone mad. I've gone into a verbal diarrhea loop when I'm just not saying anything Like, this is the kind of thing that you do with your friends when you've taken mushrooms and gotten high. I don't have any excuses other than the fact that I'm just high on video games. But actually, one thing I guess I should mention, one of the comments I got from the original walkthrough to this is someone was asking me how I make my character move so quickly. So as you'll notice, or if you go to play this game, or if you remember it, when I'm moving around, I'm moving a lot quicker than would normally be possible. And if you're quite eagle-eyed, you might also notice that my camera keeps going in and out. And I move slower then, and then quicker in. Now, okay, so I walked up to that elf because I thought maybe he was going to join me. Turns out he's just an asshole elf. I mean, he's made friends with a ghost and some homeless people, so clearly we can say, you know, the apple has fallen far from the tree from his noble origins. So the movement, imagine you have a PlayStation 2 controller in your hand, and I don't know why I'm explaining it like that. Imagine, just picture yourself sitting in the room of your parents' house, up in your own personal room with the controller in your hand. So the left analog stick will control your movement, and obviously that, you know, go up, down, left, right, etc. I don't know if it's got like 8 points of its full 360 degrees. I haven't played around it too much to know the difference, to be honest. But for some strange reason, the right analog stick, as is usually the case, will control your camera. And it's kind of munted. So if you move the right analog stick to the right, it makes your camera zoom in. If you move the right analog stick to the left, it makes it zoom out, which, you know, kind of makes sense. You have a zoom in, zoom out function, you know, all that's grand. For some reason, and I have absolutely no idea why they implemented this, if they even meant to implement, I have no idea. If you move with the left analog stick and the right analog stick in the same direction at the same time, you start running like twice as fast. I don't know why. And especially considering it doesn't seem as if that was the original intention, because even while you're doing this, it's still controlling the camera. So if you pay attention to when I'm moving on the main map, every time I run to the left, the camera zooms out to its maximum. And then when I run to the right, it zooms in. And then up and down, usually it's whatever was the original case to begin with. I don't know why. It's one thing that I noticed when I was playing when I was younger, and for some reason, over however many bloody years it was since I played this as a kid, my mind has remembered that mechanic. I do not know why it's in there. It's really odd. They have a running mechanic that's tied to another control. It kind of reminds me of Dark Souls jumping, when all the jumping in Dark Souls is absolutely munted. This is turning into Dark Souls appreciation stream. What is it? The journalistic lore. The more difficult a game is, the probability of it being compared to Dark Souls increases. And Jesus Christ, I've become one of those people, haven't I? Yes. So the elf, I was under the impression that the elf might join us. And the reason for that is, as I've kind of alluded to in the past, almost everything in this game is randomly generated. And I suppose to a certain extent that's why I played it so much as a kid and got so good with it. Because there is a certain degree of replayability because there is that randomized element to it. Obviously there's a limit to it because you still have to have, you know, some semblance of difficulty. So the villains on each island remain the same, the artifacts on each island remain the same. The villains always have the same armies no matter what, but everything else is pretty much randomized. So when you see a chest, there's actually a imagine like they put a marker there if ever you spent any time like creating maps because you played like Time Splitters or any game back in the day. So imagine each one of the chests has like a marker on it, and there's an X number of things that it could be. So the most obvious is that it could be, you know, gold. And, you know, you can either, you know, take the gold or distribute it to the population to increase your leadership. And the amount of gold in that chest will scale based on the map, roughly speaking. So later maps, you'll have more gold in it. In addition to that, there's a chance that it could be... So yeah, it was gold there. In addition, there's a chance that it could be a random spell. It could be something to increase the amount of spells that you're carrying. It could be land that's really rich in like minerals and whatnot. So that will increase your commission. And as we saw as we just came down from there was a troll that was moving, but not really. It wasn't moving very far from its spot. And that's because that was a chest spot. And those trolls, instead of it being trolls, then instead of it being a chest, fucking hell, my mouth's speaking quicker than my mind does. Instead of it being a chest, it is now a bunch of trolls that will join you. If you have a full army, obviously there's no slots for them to join you, so they'll just disappear. So you can lose them that way. So there's a few different things it can be, and you'll kind of see that as we go along. But anyway, what we're going to be doing now, as we've just taken out our first contract. So this isn't technically the easiest villain we can come across, but the castle for this one's quite quick. So we're just going to quickly make our way there. So I was kind of quick at it, so I'm just going to read through the description. So we're going after Dromm, who is the second easiest villain. His alias is the Lion, and he has a reward of 6,000 gold. So what that means is that if you kill him from his castle and you don't have the contract, he will escape, and then at the end of a week he will populate another random castle that's free. So make sure you have a contract before you go after them. And you also want siege equipment, which will cost 3,000. That's a 3,000 gold upfront cost. Provided you don't die at any point, you will now keep that for the rest of the game. So it mentions that he's last seen in Arcathia, which is obviously where we are, and the castle on the contract is Lost Cael. So you have spells that let you find where they are, and it will say, oh, Dromm was last seen in Lost Cael. Problem is, I don't know what the fuck castle Lost Cael is. It's far easier just to go up to the castle and figure out who's in there personally. So Dromm, distinguishing features: muscular, bald, numerous scars, broken prison shackles around his wrists. Crimes: wanted for fraud and theft in connection with numerous fixed boxing contests. So yes, people are going to die because he fixed boxing contests. Many people, in fact. I usually like to try and clear out the majority of each one of the islands before I start taking on the villains that you're going for. Because you'll find the villains are a little bit of a step above the normal fights that you're going to have. Chiefly, whenever you come across enemies wandering the wilds just like this, you'll notice that every single time we've only ever come across 3 enemies in the enemy army, and I guess that's some way to try and balance it a little bit so you don't just get absolutely inundated with troops. Of course, it doesn't always work like that. I mean, as we saw early on when we came across a group of trolls, you can be unfortunate, and obviously later on, just the random groups that are moving around can have fucking dragons in and whatnot. Oh, fireball spell. That'll come in handy. So, the amount of gold that you get when you beat these random kind of fights seems to be based upon... Oh, there we go. The pouch of Leprechaun gold. It seems to be based on like the strength of the army you faced. So the pouch of Leprechaun gold... Aha, they're after me, Lucky Charms! The pouch of Leprechaun gold is really useless for this playthrough. And what it does is, it's usually actually quite powerful. At the end, it basically just increases your commission by 2,000 gold. So at the end of every week, you're going to be getting 2,000 gold. And it's also another reason why stopping time just breaks this game entirely. So not only do you have to spend gold on recruiting your army, but you also have to spend gold on managing their upkeep. And usually the amount of gold you spend on their upkeep is equal to 1/10 of what the cost was to recruit them. It seems to be that one of the very few exceptions to that are the dwarves. They cost 350 gold to recruit and then only 30 gold to upkeep them. I don't know if that was intentional or if that was an oversight by the developers. No idea. But what ends up happening is because you have to pay for your army at the end of every turn, you will have your commission, so you get some from the Queen. If you come across lands that are rich in minerals, as it were, then that increases your commission. So you pay out for your troops, and then whatever gold you have left over after paying for your troops, you then bring in. So having a high commission usually is quite useful because you don't want to completely run out of gold. And if you end up having a very, very big army, bigger than your commission, what ends up happening is every week you will be losing gold. In actual fact, if you have any kind of decent sized army, chances are that's going to be the case. You're going to have to spend some gold from your savings to keep them going. So you can see how it kind of puts you on a bit of a ticking clock, as it were. If you stop time, weeks don't pass. If weeks don't pass, you don't have to pay people their wages. So not only are you having less time to try and save the king, but you've basically found a tax haven loop. So you not pay your troops even though they're like risking their lives and dying for you. And it's also why the pouch of Leprechaun gold is completely useless for us. Because apart from when we go to another island or when we dig for the Dragonbone staff, the weeks are never going to be running out, so we're never going to see that gold that it generates, apart from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks that we are going to use that we have to mandatory use. So it's basically useless to us. But anyways, we've managed to get our siege equipment, and we are going into our first fight against the villain. And as you can see, it's really... And he's not the weakest, he is the second weakest, so you wasn't expecting anything too much from him. He does have a lot more troops than we're used to, and we're just going to freeze those militia in place so that we can get our sprites to attack them unmolested. So the 30 militia are probably the biggest threat to you. Not that militia are particularly damaging, but because there's enough of them, they can do some harm. Whereas the nomads, although these are the highest tier units that the Dromm has, he doesn't have enough of them to really do a significant amount of damage. They're more just a bit of a tanky sort. And the peasants can be kind of dangerous just because there's so many of them. So we're just going to take a pot shot, and yeah, we've taken out half of them just from a archer volley fire. And again, the pikemen should be able to take these out. We might take, yeah, we took one pikeman casualty from it, which was sadly going to happen. So these peasants, we've been carrying these right from the start of the game, and in all honesty, we kind of want to get rid of them. I don't like just sending troops to their death, so we're just going to attack them. But we're going to get them to take a few damage, and there we go. We've got 3,200 for defeating the fight, and another 6,000 for having the contract. Now, when you capture a castle, you can opt to put some troops inside the castle. And the way, well, you have to pay him a little bit, hence we just saw 11 gold go down. The way it works is, let's just see, we have it, Andrin Lake. We're going to try and find the next target. So the way it works is at the end of the week, if there's no garrison troops, it will turn to a green castle, which means there's just random monsters in the castle. And they will always be 5 mobs big as well. Nic Nimble, here we go. Here's the actual weakest. So let's just grab the contract for him. Again, I realise I'm being quite quick with this, but I thought rather than just freezing the frames you can read out, I'll just read it out to you. So, name, Nic Nimble. Alias, the Mouse Pocket. Reward, 5,000 gold. Last seen in Arcathia, in Castle Drawing. Distinguishing features: large nose, red hair, sometimes poses as a little boy. Crimes: wanted for pickpocketing and disturbing the peace. God, that's harsh. So somehow, despite the fact that this is just some rather small ginger looking dude who's pickpocketed people a few times, he's managed to get himself over 100 people and a pack of fucking wolves to defend him. Like, dude, you did a bit of pickpocketing. Like, surely the crime can't be that. Okay, I say that. It's medieval times. You probably get tortured then killed, to be fair. You'll say in modern days pickpocketing, you'll get a slap on the wrist, slap on the wrist. back then, you were lucky if you just got your hands chopped off. Chances are they're going to like put you in a fucking Judas cradle or something. So, nothing too difficult to deal with here. We're going to put our tankier type. I'm going to say that. The militia, they have 2 hit points. Not exactly too tanky, but they do at least do a lot of damage. And what we're going to do here, because there's this rock formation in front of us, what we can kind of do, especially for the peasants being so slow, we can kind of pick them off as they come to us and like really mitigate the damage, more so than we even normally would have. I mean, it's fucking peasants, we don't really take much from it. So we're going to just use a terrain to our advantage. Oh, I took an arrow to the knee. Get absolutely fucked. And yeah, peasants obviously don't have many hit points, so we can use the militia to just take them out. Just absolutely kill those filthy plebeians in a hail of volley fire. Arrows will blot out the sun. And who do we have over? Oh, those dwarves. Yes, they will join us. So they're only 5 dwarves. They're not the most useful. Dwarves tend to be quite tanky, but they don't have much movement, so they're limited. And let's go after our next villain. Who do we have next? Cael the Undying. Reward 7,000 gold. Last seen in Arcathia, although the castle he was seen at is unknown. That's because we haven't actually been to the castle. Distinguishing features. Tall with ghostly paler makeup. Neat to a fault. Fake accent. Crimes. An actor wanted for fraud and stealing the life savings of several wealthy widows. So I quite like the idea that this is just an actor who's taken his role a bit too seriously, to the point they're putting the little thing that he has a fake accent. So he's going around there with the Transylvania accent. I want to suck your blood, blah blah blah. Except I'm actually lying, because this castle has a different villain in it. So we're going to go take him out first, because I can't be asked to go hunt him down. So name Jerloc the Red. Reward 8,000 gold. Last seen in Arcathia at Castle Cloberg. Distinguishing features. Scowling, red-bearded dwarf, dented and rusty armour. Crimes. Wanting for banditry and assault along the King's Roads. So unsurprisingly, the character that is very, very clearly a dwarf has some dwarves in his armies. Although not many, to be fair. He's only got 6. What we're going to do, because they have quite a few range units, especially the orcs, they are probably the biggest threat. We're going to use a little bit of the magic that we've saved up. I mean, we've kind of picked up quite a little bit along the way anyway, so we might as well make some use of it. And we have a few dwarves of ourselves that we picked up. Only the 4, but enough to at least, you know, be vaguely useful. And yeah, see, the archers doing a wee bit of damage there. God, I love having orcs. I can't wait till I can grab a few myself. So what we're going to do, and one thing I do quite like about this game is the versatility of spells like the teleport spell. You have to be careful, because you use the right analog stick to show it is, and if you press the A button, it's not then press another button to put it around, it will teleport them instantly, and so you can accidentally fuck it up and teleport a character right next to him. But what we're going to do is teleport him next to our dwarves, which is going to lead to a cripple fight. Our dwarves, they don't do enough damage to really hurt them, but they do enough to, well, they're tanky enough, I should say, not to be harmed. And if a ranged unit like the archer is in melee range, it won't be able to fire their bolts. And then we can take the sprites in and swoop and take them out. So yeah, the teleport spell has a lot of versatility to it. You can either use it to bring enemy ranged units, basically surround them into your units and just take them out. Or if you have really tough but slow units of yourself, you can use that to get them into range to start doing damage. So it's one way to circumvent a relatively slow movement cycle. For instance, like, I mean, you've probably noticed already that there's different units have a different amount of points that they can move to. And it works out that you can only attack if the spaces that you've moved are less than 1 of your maximum movement range. So what I mean by that is peasants have a movement range of 1. So they can either move 1 or they can attack only if they haven't moved. Militia have a movement range of 2. So they can move up to 2 spaces, or they can move 1 or no spaces at all and attack. So as you can imagine, units that move a bit quicker tend to be more useful. Units that can't move and attack, it's very difficult to get them into the right position. However, there is one unit you get quite in quite large numbers, known as the Knight. And the Knight is an absolute powerhouse. It does a lot of damage, it can take a lot of damage, but it suffers from that movement penalty, and that it's like a peasant. It can either move 1 or it has to attack when it hasn't moved. So using the teleport spell is a really good way to get your knights into the fray, as it were. And one thing we're going to do now is go and see the Queen for a reward. So every time you've captured X amount of villains, you can go and have an audience with the Queen.
Sorceress has gained a level.
And there we go, we've leveled up. And what this means is, as well as the fact that it improves some of our stats, we get a little bit more leadership, we get a little bit more magic. It depends on who you start with. The mage is now a sorceress, and actually, as you imagine, she can carry more spells and she can do more damage with her spells. But also, because we've leveled up, we now have access to the cavalry. If you're wondering why I wasn't purchasing the higher tier units previously, that's the reason. So with it being this map on Arcathia, when we come across the random dwellings that we're coming across, which, interesting enough, because I didn't mention it before, whenever you come across like a hill or something, you can buy orcs or whatnot. That is also where a chest would be. So we've managed to be promoted once, which will allow us access to the cavalry. Get promoted again, we can use the knights. And then a third time, that just increases our stats. But anyway, we're going to be taking out our next villain. And this is a gentleman by the name of Andrin Lake, the Silent Arrow. Reward, 9,000 gold. Last seen at Arcathia at Courage Point. Distinguishing features: handsome, carries a longbow, often dresses in shades of green. Crimes: wanted for banditry and orchestrating the escape of other criminals from the king's prison. So you can tell that the creators of this game are having a little bit of fun with it. We've had an actor who was so obsessed with his role he thinks that he's Dracula, and now we have, let's face it, we have Robin Hood. But for this battle, we have access to our cavalry. And the cavalry have a movement range of 4, which means they can go all the way up to the enemy force, but they can't attack on the first turn. In fact, they have the largest movement range of any unit except units that can fly, like the sprites. So obviously they can literally go anywhere on the map and they can deal damage. So the cavalry is unfortunately got one movement point too few to be able to get a preemptive attack off. But where they're going to shine for us is in just how awesomely tanky they are. So up until this point, we've been using the pikemen as our main source of tanking damage, essentially, who have a hit point of 10. The cavalry have 20 hit points. They have twice as many hit points, and they also have a higher skill level. And I've kind of mentioned before that I don't fully know how the skill level plays a role. All I know is that higher skill levels tend to get hit less often than lower skill levels. So the pikemen have a skill level of 3, the cavalry have a skill level of 4, which means not only do they have 20 hit points, but they tend to take a little bit less damage because of that. I'd say the biggest weakness of the cavalry is their damage isn't as high. So for instance, considering they have twice as many hit points as the pikemen will have a damage of 2 to 4, whereas the cavalry have a damage of 3 to 5. But as we've seen previously, because of the way leadership and hit points work, for the same amount of leadership, pikemen will be doing 4 to 8 damage compared to cavalry's 3 to 5. But that again just kind of follows the same kind of system that I've talked about before, where tougher units tend to tank more. They have so many hit points that you don't lose as many, so they last a lot longer through multiple fights. And then you have your weaker units to kind of come in and actually deal the killing blows, as it were. And none too difficult, Mr. Andrin Lake, Robin Hood, if that is your real name. And so yeah, even though they do less damage, you will generally find yourself graduating towards higher tier units anyway. One main reason for that is outside of units at the castle, of which you can buy a inexhaustible supply. Any other units, like ones that you are going to be picking up from, like, for instance, from the hills here, which have some orcs, which I would love to grab, but a little bit later once we have some room. Even though the DPS they get is higher, your leadership ends up becoming so high that you will buy all of the units you can and not even scrape what your leadership is going to be like. So if you could buy more of them, they would be useful, but that you literally run out of how many you can buy. The castle is fortunate in the fact that you do have a inexhaustible supply, and as such, for a significant portion of the game, you will find that a lot of your troops are going to be castle troops, just because that's an easy way of getting a lot of them. So we're just going to freeze those sprites in place there, because there's again, they're only sprites, but there's 70 of the bastards, and they're going to do a decent chunk of damage. I mean, even these sprites here, we might manage to weaken them a little bit. In fact, managed to weaken them a lot with that Arch of Fire, so frankly we haven't taken many casualties at all. So I really like the freeze spell. Not only is it cheap, only costs 300 gold if you can find a town that sells it, but also the fact that yeah, sorry, we was going to take the sprites to take them out, but then I realised these skeletons would just turn on them, so we're going to be a little bit cautious about that first. Not only does it only cost 300 gold, but it is useful throughout. So the main use of it is not only does it stop enemies from being able to attack your troops, but also it means that they can't retaliate if you attack them. And that scales up no matter what. So it doesn't matter if you're using it on a sprite, it doesn't matter if you're using it on a giant. It does the same no matter what. You don't have to worry about how strong your magic level is. You don't have to worry about anything. It always has the same effect. So no matter how late into the game you get, it can be useful. Whereas, for instance, if you're going to be using something like the lightning spell, which can do a decent chunk of damage, if you're facing an army that's incredibly powerful and your magic skill happens to be relatively low, it's going to be doing such a negligible amount of damage that you'd wonder, why did you even fucking bother? Whereas the freeze spell, it's cheap. If you can find somewhere that can sell it, obviously you can get plenty of them because it costs so little, and it never isn't useful. So in terms of combat spells, I would say always stock up on freeze spells. They are probably the most useful in they're useful in any situation pretty much. You're never going to have a fight where you can't make use of them. And I'm going to lose a few of those sprites by those ogres, but they will have their revenge. And there we go. We've finally taken Cael out. I know I spoke about his bounty significant portion ago. And we're just going to hold on to these sprites just for a little bit longer because they are hitting like trucks. So, oh, did I say earlier that those trolls were meant to be from a chest and were going to join us, or was that a different group? Because if I said that, I look like a complete idiot now. Because quite clearly they're not friendly. You know, we haven't discovered Shrek. He's not interested in making friends with us. Instead of just being angry that we're in his swamp, he's just going to try and kill us. He's going to fail in the process, but he's going to attempt. And it's the intent that matters, you know. We didn't want to do this. We could have just gotten along. We could have gone camping. Could have killed some swamp creatures. We could have had a nice little chin wag over a campfire. But no. Now people have to die. All over a misunderstanding. Like, yeah, hate to see it. So we're just going to charge this guy in. And yeah, fortunately, although they do have the regeneration tack to them, they really don't hit hard. I mean, they have 50 hit points. I think their damage is relatively low. In fact, I have a sheet right next to me. So let me just have a little perusal. Trolls with 50 hit points. They have a skill of 4, so that's why they tend not to take so much damage. Again, why are you coming across them on the first fucking island if they're such tanky bastards? So they have a skill of 4, and yeah, they only hit 2 to 5. So 2 to 5 obviously isn't that bad. I mean, it's better than a pikeman, but when you have 50 hit points, obviously it means per the amount of leadership you have for a troll in a particular slot, they're not going to be doing much damage. Trolls are early game tanks, really. In fact, they're quite effective tanks for a significant portion of the game, but you don't want to rely on them to actually be killing things. So there's only one villain left, so we're just going to grab the contract for him and go and find him. And there's only one red castle left on the map, so we know exactly where Mr. Gemelex is. Now, Mr. Gemelex, or Sorceress Gemelex, I don't know how he likes to be pronounced, is the final villain of Arcathia, the first island in the game. And as such, you're going to find he's a pretty significant step up in difficulty from the ones we've been facing so far. So even though Andrin Lake had a 9,000 gold bounty on his head, and this guy only has 10,000 gold, apparently that 1,000 gold makes a huge fucking difference. So we are going to want to stock up before we go and take him on. So let's see what we can find out about Gemelex, can we? Name: Gemelex the Merchant King. Reward: 10,000 gold. Last seen in Arcathia at Mount Zunar. Distinguishing features: blonde beard and hair, fingernails plated with gold, wears numerous pieces of jewellery. Crimes: wanted for fraud, extortion, bribery, and other unlawful business practices. So Gemelex is pretty tough because of the 5 units he has, 4 of them are very, very powerful. He has 10 ghosts, which I haven't kind of covered too much yet, and I will get into more of their uses later on. But what we're going to do to deal with the ghosts is that the ghosts are undead, as you can imagine. Holy shit, ghosts are undead, crew. Oh, this is so fucking informative. But yeah, you have 10 ghosts here, and there is a spell you can use called Turn Undead. Turn Undead will, as you can probably imagine, damage undead creatures. They will damage all undead creatures on the map, including your own. Thankfully, we don't have any, so we can just take them out straight away. And yeah, okay, so they have 4 powerful units, and then they have 250 fucking sprites. So we're going to try and put a little bit of hurt onto them. And in addition to that, they have these archmages that we're going to try and close the gap with. Now, archmages, in a manner of speaking, are ranged, but they work a little bit differently from what we're used to. I mean, yeah, exactly. 10 pikemen taken out. Quantity over quality for them. So they fire these fireballs that do disgusting amounts of damage, and they aren't classed as being like archers. So with archers, what you could do is put a unit close to them, and then they're not able to actually fire. Archmages don't work like that. So their stats are actually kind of mediocre. They have 25 hit points. They have a skill of 5. That's a big problem. That's why they're quite hard to take out. They can fly, so they can move anywhere. Their damage is actually only 2 to 3, but what makes them, and as you see here, only 6 points of damage, but what makes them very powerful is for the first 2 turns, instead of attacking normally, they fire fireballs. And they'll fire fireballs at range or at melee, and as you can see, they're doing a shit ton of fucking damage. Thankfully, they can only fire it twice, so they are out of fireballs for the remainder of the of this fight. But even if we close the gap with our cavalry, as we've seen, they can still fire. It doesn't stop them. And I don't know how the fireballs works. As we see, like, they were doing 80 fucking points of damage. They were doing 20 points of damage each per archmage. And then it's obviously a lot closer once those fireballs have gone. So their damage is very upfront loaded. I mean, they've almost completely killed off our archers now. We only have a few left. But yeah, once the first 2 fireballs are gone, they're not nearly as powerful. But when you can do that amount of damage early on, I mean, that's all you kind of need to do. And then other than that, obviously we had 250 sprites, so we've frozen them a few times. Yeah, we have 1 archer left. They've completely fucked our backline. God damn it, archmages are a pain in the ass. They tend to be more dangerous on the enemy side than your side, because obviously when you have them on your side, you want a bit more sustained damage. But fuck, just absolutely butchered our archers there. And then the last one they have is that they have these 10 knights here. And as you can probably tell by the way that they're armoured, knights are tanks. They are absolute units. And we don't have access to them yet because we haven't actually upgraded our... well, we haven't been promoted yet to take them out. But each knight will have 35 hit points. They have a skill of 5, which is the highest we've come across so far, so they're even harder to kind of damage. And they do 5 to 10 damage each, so they still hit relatively hard. The biggest weakness, as you're probably seeing right now, is their peasants, in terms of their movement speed. They can only attack if they haven't moved, so you can outmaneuver them. Or, what we can do is, well, kind of outmaneuver them out of the way. And then we are going to use... Yeah, it didn't even do any damage. Took an arrow to the knee, didn't do anything. And then we're going to use our very, very trusty freeze spells to basically stop them in place so we can just wail on them. Because otherwise we would probably suffer quite a lot of damage trying to take these guys out. So you have the with this fight, you have the archmages that do a lot of damage up front. You have the sprites do a lot of damage up front. And then you end up having the knights that are so tanky that if you don't have enough range units to kind of deal with them, or spells such as this free spell to deal with them, they then just clean up. So I had one of my friends play this game and he was really, really enjoying it up until he got up to Gemelex and got completely destroyed. So big step up in difficulty, but as we can see with the right strategy, we can deal with him without too much problem. So 13,000 gold for killing his army. Yeah, we're going to get rid of the archer. We've only got 1 left, so no point really keeping him on any longer. And with that, we've more or less finished up with the first island of this game. So obviously you can travel to and from islands, but as I mentioned at the start, because of the way the weeks work, etc. And also because I was very conscious that I was going to be making this into a video, and I knew it would be a bit awkward to see what's going on if you happen to like, oh shit, he's gone to this island, he's gone to that island, where the fuck is it? So I knew with the timestamps, or actually now YouTube has the little chapters at the bottom, I thought it would be easier if I finished one island entirely and then moved on to the next, rather than coming back and forth, which if you play this, you're more than welcome to do. I just thought it would make for a slightly easier viewing if I played it through this way. So we are ready to move on to the second island. I'm just gonna complete a few little housekeeping things before we go on to them. Particularly, we're going to grab some orcs. I love orcs. I love orcs so much. They only have 5 hit points each, but as I've mentioned before, that's actually kind of a blessing for archers. The orcs will deal 2 to 3 damage for 5 hit points, which means for the leadership cost you have for them, especially in the early to mid game, they will be hitting like trucks. So big fan of orcs. I prefer them over the standard archers you get. I'm just going to stock up on our cavalry and pikemen. Unfortunately, we won't have enough villains taken out to be able to unlock the knights until we take out at least 1 villain in Elestria. So we'll have to come back here, and if we look through the towns, we'll be able to find some. Oh, we're going to try and avoid that. That is a giant. They are dangerous. So until we come across some towns or some place where we can buy a continuous supply of spells that allow us to teleport to towns or to teleport to castles. So we're going to notice when we come across enemies on Elestria, although they're the same kind of enemies, there's more of them. On Arcathia, if we came across ghosts, chances are there would only be 2 of them. Here there are 4. So let's see, how many orcs we have? 58. I'm going to get them to do a little bit of damage. One thing you'll find with orcs is they actually deal more damage in melee than ranged. I guess it kind of goes into the aesthetic of them being, you know, the idea that orcs are kind of like battle hardened warriors that we've seen from Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. So that's another reason why I like orcs. They, how do I word this correctly? The damage you get from their arrows is less than other ranged units. However, I still consider them more effective than the archers you get from the castle, just because their damage is actually quite low. So even though you do have that negative part to them, they're so numerous that they tend to hit pretty damn hard anyway. We let 9 troglodytes taken out with that, 45 damage. Mwah. Beautiful. And also because of the fact that they're orcs, that when they do run out of arrows and you are forced to take them into melee, they do a lot of damage. They are... Oh, this is going to be a bit of a problem. They are kind of glass cannons, again, with only having 5 hit points, so you want to treat them the same way you treat, like, sprites. Send someone else tanky in to tank the damage, and then even when they're in melee, they can hit like trucks. They are very, very high DPS. So here we have a bit of a conundrum, in that we have both giants and elves. And both giants and elves are sadly capable of doing range attacks and hitting quite hard, I might add. And they're going to go for our orcs. That's the way it basically goes. Enemy range units will always prioritize your range units unless you don't have any. So the elves, with there being 10 of them, probably did a little bit more damage. So we're going to focus on them. So the orcs, one of the trade-offs with them being stronger in melee is that they have less ammunition. So the way it works is archers, the ones we started with that we get from the castle, can fire 12 times in a battle. Orcs only get to fire 6 times in a battle. But to be fair, as you're seeing, a lot of these fights don't last too long. And six range shots is actually a relatively decent amount. The giants that you're seeing here also only have 6 shots. And I suppose that's something that's quite common with both the giants and the orcs. They both have range attacks, but they can still do some serious damage in melee. So that kind of trades off with how few projectiles they have. The elves, on the other hand, so I guess you could say the archers are kind of in the middle. The elves, on the other hand, tend not to do as much damage in melee. But as you can imagine, with them being elves, they do more damage firing their range attacks. And elves have 24 projectiles for each fight, which basically means you're never going to run out of projectiles. I have never, ever in any fight got to the point where I have had 24 turns and the enemy aren't dead yet. I mean, it's rare to run out of arrows for the orcs. They only have 6. 24 is just overkill. Although one of the benefits that the elves have is that both the orcs and the archers can only move 1 square and fire, whilst the elves can move 2 and still fire because they have a movement range of 3. So we're just going to essentially do what we did in the previous map on Arcathia, is just kind of go around the map, clear things out before we start taking the villains. One thing you will find is as you progress, the maps, they don't get smaller. I think the square mileage of each map is the same, but what's in them gets a little bit more limited. So Arcathia, with it being the starting map, is going to take you the longest, and then as you progress onwards, generally speaking, each map will take less. Sorry, I shouldn't say each map. Each island, each continent. I think they're called continents, even though they're not really big enough to be a continent. But regardless, each new area, level, we'll go with level. Each new level you go to isn't going to take as long as the previous one to get stuff done. So it does start to speed up. If you're wondering, oh my god, we've taken an hour and a half on the first one. And there we have a relic. In fact, I end up picking up both of the artifacts on Elestria pretty early on. Again, that just kind of comes into the RNG nature of it. Sometimes you will come across the artifact as like the absolute last thing you find. Other times you're going to find it close. We already have got a hell of got 45,000. And here we have the Armour of Defence. So, one of these artifacts is far more useful than the other. So the first one we came across is the Badge of Passage. Now, the Badge of Passage works on your rented boats. So normally when you rent a boat, it will cost you 500 gold to rent it. And then at the end of every week, you'll have to pay commission because, you know, you're renting it. You don't actually own the boat. So at the end of every week, you're going to be paying 500 gold to basically keep the rented boat. You can also go to a town and cancel your rental. The Badge of Passage reduces that cost from 500 gold to 100 gold per week. Now already, I mean, basically it's saving you 400 gold a week. Already that's 1/5 the benefit of the Pouch of Leprechaun, which generates 2,000 gold per week. And we don't even have to worry about whether or not we have a boat rented. We just get that no matter what. So why the Badge of Passage wasn't on the first map to replace the Pouch of the Leprechaun is something I don't know. It would make more sense because I think it's a weaker artifact. I don't know if it's because this Elestria is meant to be more of a seafaring nation in lore or whatever, but in terms of gameplay, it doesn't make much sense. I would say you probably want the cards first, and then the Badge of Passage second. Now, counter to that, we've just managed to pick up the Armour of Defence. Now, the Armour of Defence is actually very, very, very good. So, basically, it reduces all damage all of your troops take from all sources by 25%. So it's 25% armor, as you can imagine from the Armour of Defence. That's really fucking useful, especially considering it's going to help you in every single fight for the rest of the game. And from getting the Armour of Defence, and there are some trinkets you pick up later on, it basically means that your troops, pound for pound, are now stronger than the enemies. If you have 4 ogres and you come across 4 other ogres and you just go have a whacking contest in the middle, you are always now going to win that, despite the fact that you have the exact same units, because they have a 25% bonus to their armor. So, one of them is, even if we weren't doing the current cheese method that we're making use of, where we have time permanently stopped, which means we don't have to worry about paying for shit because time isn't moving to pay for it. Even if that wasn't the case, you have one trinket that is going to be saving you 400 gold a week, arguably, as opposed to one that's just a buff for the rest of the game. One of these is not like the other. One is actually really fucking useful. The other, why is it even in the game? You know? But yeah, there's the discrepancy of those items. Thankfully, the 4 items that we have left are actually all useful. Some still are more useful than others. Some are definitely a massive increase than others, but they're all actually useful regardless. So thankfully we're now past grabbing useless trinkets. So with 4 out of 8 trinkets, we've officially got half the trinkets. Admittedly 3 of them aren't very useful, but with that I think it's fair to say we are starting to head quite firmly into the mid-game section, as it were. So we're I think those ghosts are friendly. We're gonna try and not pick them up just in case we need to grab them later. And I think the same might be said of these wolves down here. I think if we kind of look around, I think yeah that's like a little square, so that would be like where a chest is. So we're gonna leave them to just roam. Yeah, those are definitely friendly wolves. So we'll leave them in case something bad happens. We need to pick them up later. So yeah, we're firmly into the mid-game section. which means... Ah, 2 castle spells. So yeah, we can use that. That was what I was saying before about traveling between islands. We're going to start trying to phase out the sprites and militia we have with us, because they do start to lose their effectiveness. The militia, I would argue, probably less so, because you can get as many militia as you have the leadership for them, which means you can end up with just a huge doom stack of them to like really do some damage. And in fact, those are quite useful. 46 elves we could grab with our current leadership. So the sprites, on the other hand, I mean, it's very hard to go too far without having a few casualties of something which has a single hit point each. And although they are useful with like how much they can move with the flying abilities, as our leadership gets stronger and stronger, we're just not going to be able to find enough of them for them really to be of significant use. I mean, we're kind of using them. We'll send either the pikemen or the cavalry in to do the main brunt of damage, and then they come in to kind of like clean, well, not do the main brunt of damage, to take the main brunt of damage, I should say. And they've been kind of coming in to clean up. But as our leadership gets stronger and stronger, it's that we're just not going to be able to have enough of them for them to really be useful. In fact, I would argue pretty much the only unit I use from the start of the game all the way to the end are the pikemen. They are very strong early on, and they remain like mid-tier all the way through. And with them being recruited from the castle, it just means that you can always have, as much of them as your leadership can handle. So, pikemen, I mean, you always need pikemen, don't you, if you've played any Total War games. Although saying that, they're not really pikemen, they're more spearmen. Pikes are way, way bigger. Pikes are usually... I don't think there's an exact like length for them, because different armies had different standards to their pikes. But pikes are usually like 15 foot long or more. They're designed to skew people from a very long range. So that's more of a short spear. It's quite strange, because you'd probably argue the militia with like wearing chainmail and a sword would be a better use of your mid-tier, and then you'd give some crappy peasants the spear. But it's just an aesthetic choice, isn't it? I also never understood the point of having armor that covers your chest but then leaves your arms completely exposed to being taken out. And those troglodytes, as you can probably tell, that there would have been 3 chests there, so they would have joined us if we had space. Peasants, though, these peasants are not friendly. We've got zombies, peasants, and wolves. So our wolves will definitely be the biggest threat then, because, I mean, zombies do a decent chunk of damage, but they're so slow you can just kite them out. So this should be quite an easy fight. And you may have noticed when I'm moving through, every time I come across the gold chests, it will give you the option to either take the gold to add to your treasury, or to distribute the gold to the populace to increase your leadership. There's almost never any point to take the gold. You're going to be getting so much enemy, and every time we win these fights, we're gaining gold, and that's again why it's useful to be using your stronger units to tank some damage, so you don't then end up losing some points, because then you've lost gold. You pick up gold from winning fights, you pick up gold from capturing villains. The most important thing to make sure that your army gets stronger is to raise your leadership. So unless you very, very desperately need a little influx of gold for, I don't know, you need like a spell or something desperately, I would never recommend actually picking the gold up. It's just far more useful being used to increase leadership. And peasants, like, we don't want to join you. You can chill with your little community there doing whatever it is you do, miles away from everyone else. Let's see who we have in here, shall we? You can use the towns to like figure it out, but Bogmar Skullbelt, and these guys have caught us. Ah, well, it's not too much of a problem. And well, that was weird. Where was the intro? Usually they get like a circling intro come around, but I find it's a little bit temperamental at times. I can't remember if it was like that in the original game, or if it's just a case of the emulator doing fuckery. But yeah, although the cavalry can't attack in the first move, if we move them right up to the enemy archers, as we've mentioned before, unless it's a druid or an archmage, they can't fire if there's something in their face. So by moving the cavalry straight up, we stop them from being able to shoot at our orcs, which probably would have taken a few casualties. And as you can see, yeah, the elves, very good archers, not too good at close range, but that's why they have 24 shots and they can move so quickly, so it's usually quite hard to pin them down. Whereas the orcs, quite happy to wade into battle. If they lose a few, you lose a few. They're orcs, who cares? There's plenty more. And who do we have here? More elves. We can have 63 now. So yeah, I'd like to get rid of either the militia or the sprites relatively soon, so we can upgrade them to something a little bit more useful. And who do we have here? Nomads. Nomads are okay. I tend not to be the biggest fan of them. Just because, I don't know, their stats aren't stellar. I mean, they have 15 hit points, so, you know, they're mediumly tanky, and their damage is 2 to 4. They've got a skill of 3. I tend to prefer, actually, the class above them, these ones called Lizardmen, who tend not to do a huge amount of damage, but with 40 hit points and a skill of 4, they're just tanky as fuck. So, like, if you're gonna, you know, you want to usually have specialized troops. Again, if anyone's played strategy games, specialists are usually better than generalists. You know, the old adage, a jack of all trade, master of none, which is quite funny, actually. I was looking into it. A lot of these older adages weren't fully completed. The full one is a jack of all trades, master of none, but still better than a master of one. Not true in strategy games. So I was going to put the hurt into these vampires. Unfortunately, yeah, we can start to see the sprites are falling off a little bit now. It wasn't enough to actually finish them. The vampires are kind of an interesting class. I'm usually not the biggest fan of them. Oh, that was fortunate. I'm assuming that was the Cards of Fortune at work. So the vampires, I mean, their biggest benefit is the fact that they can fly. So obviously they can attack from any position. And I don't think we're going to be lucky 2 times in a row, are we? No, we're not. You know, they're pretty mid-tier in a lot of regards. They have 30 hit points. They have a skill of 5, actually. So that's like as high as a knight or an archmage or anything. Damage of 3 to 6, which is mediocre for the amount of hit points they have. But the thing that makes them is supposed to help them, other than the fact that they fly. Admittedly, the fact that a flying unit is very useful just in that regard. But when they inflict damage, they actually heal themselves. So it's a little bit similar to how the trolls work, in that. So I was just pulling up the map, trying to gain my bearings here. I got a wee bit lost. I was trying my hardest not to use the map, just to break immersion, but sometimes my brain just didn't quite piece it all together. And let's see who we have here. Bogmar Skullbelt. Mercion is the next weakest one. We have a few ones to choose from, so this is my brain buffering, trying to figure out what the next step is. And I think I come to the decision that we're just going to do a little bit more exploring before we start taking out any kind of villains. So yeah, quite similar to how the trolls work. They are capable of healing every time they attack. So the amount of damage they do is then brought into them. That's why you can see they kind of shoot this weird red kind of magical power out and then always suck it back into them. And they use that to heal themselves up. But they can't use that to heal units that aren't there. So, again, similar with the trolls, they can only heal for the top unit that they have. So they can only heal up to 30 hit points per turn. Which, I mean, their main strength lies in how fast they can move. That they can get to the back line and take out targets that they need to. That's... The self-healing's more of an afterthought, to be perfectly honest with you. It's not something that you really see all that much. Like, when you start fighting tougher enemies, like 30 hit points isn't really enough to save them. So, Again, trolls are a little bit tonkier with their 50 hit points, but well, far less useful because of how bloody slow they are. So yeah, the main strength comes from how quick they are. And we're just gonna skip a few turns just to get them into a perfect position, so we can just completely surround these guys. And obviously using our cavalry. I don't know why. Something about the troll hitting the armored horse, just that tonk noise. I've always liked. I know that's really stupid, but as anyone who's played any World War II games, or in fact I think you can probably find a few videos on YouTube of it, the sound that an M1 Garand makes, this World War II British rifle when it reloads, like this tink, it's just such a satisfying noise. So with the vampires being able to fly, there's kind of a unique mechanic in this game, in that if all of the units in your army are capable of flight, you can press the triangle button, and we're just gonna have a quick look, see where this takes us. So these teleporters occur again wherever there's any whenever there's any gold chests. So they're completely random, and because they're completely random, half the time they will teleport you to some place that is not in any way, shape, or form useful to your travel. It's completely randomized. It's very useful that they'll be helpful, unfortunately. But yeah, if you have an army that is completely composed of flying units, you can end up taking flight, and you don't have to have all 5 units of that. You could literally come across one flying unit, disband or put the rest of your units into like a castle or something, and then take flight. And it's a way of massively cheesing huge sections of the game, because you can just avoid every fight, just fly over it all. In fact, there's a few sections, particularly on the final island, which are kind of like in the middle of like a circle of trees, or like it's more of a square of trees, because it's kind of, the game's a bit blocky. And the only way to get the treasure inside is to take flight and fly over them. Strangely enough, I mean, I know from a game point of view why they did it. Even though the sprites are considered flying, and I can't remember, I think there was a manual of this game back when I used to play it, and it mentioned that flight, although they are flying, they alone can't allow you to fly. I'm pretty certain if you have sprites in your army and the rest of the army is flying units, it works. But if you have just sprites, they're the only exception where you can't just take flight. And the explanation they give is that sprites only actually fly for short periods of time, so they can't fly you, which is utter bollocks. Out of all of the flying units in the game, sprites are literally the only unit that is always flying. I mean, vampires are usually on the ground before they move. Other than vampires, you have archmages, who, again, they're normally standing. Dragons, normally standing. Demons, normally standing. Sprite is the only one that is always flying, and I remember as a kid it really pissed me off, that explanation. And it always seemed to make a lot more sense to me, the idea that sprites, you know, they're quite small. And I imagine, although when we look at sprites, there's a lot more of them. The reason for that is, you know, they scale up so we can actually like see them and use them. So I didn't understand why they didn't just say, oh, sprites are too small to be able to carry your fat ass and your horse. Whereas if you have like a dragon or a demon or something, yeah, that works fine. And vampires, I mean, magic. Even though they turn into a bat, and you'd imagine a vampire that's a bat wouldn't be able to carry much. But from a game point of view, the reason why they didn't do it is they were very well aware that you can get sprites very, very early on. In fact, it was the first camp we come across. Whereas all the other flying units we can see, archmages are tier 5, vampires are tier 5, dragons and demons are tier 6. So you're not likely to come across them until at least the 3rd, or more realistically the 4th island. You're not going to come across them until potentially you're quite near the game. Whereas if you could fly with the sprites, you'd be able to just be flying right from the start and just cheese the whole thing. So I know why they did that, but they could have at least like put a bit more effort into the explanation, when my lying eyes are showing me something completely different, because the sprites are always fucking flying, you know? Just a real pet peeve of mine from when I was little. Just my lying eyes are telling me otherwise. Yeah. But we're starting to clear up most of this island now. again, I usually find it better to go through most of the island before you start taking on the villains. And the main reason for that is the biggest factor to making your army stronger and making your forces stronger is having a higher leadership. I would argue leadership is probably the most important stat in this game. So we want to go through most of the island, find as much of the gold chests as we can, and raise our leadership. So then when we do come to fight the villains, we're going to have a much stronger army, with our leadership being higher. And because we have a stronger army, we're then going to suffer less casualties. So the gold that we're going to be using isn't going to be wasted, because we're not going to be losing as many, troops, so it can be put to better use. That's the mindset to how I play it, to try and make the gold you get go as far as possible. You do come across a lot of it, but it's very, very entirely possible. Very, very entirely possible. Jesus Christ, I can't English today. Towards the later game, you do need to be kind of using it effectively. Unless you use a very broken cheese tactic, which I'm going to be using. But yeah, you should still try and make it effective. And it's actually one of the reasons why I would argue, unless you're trying to actually get rid of some troops from your army, not to be garrisoning units into castles once you take them out. The reason for that is at the end of every week, as I mentioned previously, if there are no units garrisoned in a castle, so it's blue, it will end up falling to a bunch of random enemies. And all of these kind of units that we come across when we're moving around, they don't respawn. Once you've killed them, they're gone for good. They're gone for the rest of the game. The only way to make enemies respawn is to have them replenish a castle that we haven't secured properly. So if we end up coming into a point where we don't have enough gold to take out the final few bosses, there's no other means of generating that revenue. There's nothing else to take out to build our forces up. We need that to actually get that going, which is why in a lot of ways this game's more of a test of endurance than of individual battle skill. And it is why I've emphasized again and again, and I'm going to continue emphasizing, tanking as much damage with your tougher units so that you don't suffer from casualties. Because the last thing you want to do is come towards the end of the game and find out that you straight up don't have enough gold to be able to take out the final few bosses, and that's it, you've lost, because you can't build a force strong enough to take out Malazak. And a lot of this game is relatively easy, but Malazak's final force is something to be reckoned with. So don't just throw your troops away. It really is a matter of trying to get as little gold as you can to stretch as far as possible. And I say little gold, we do come across quite a lot of it, but you get the sentiment, hopefully. So we're just going to form a bit of a defensive barrier with our forces here, and then just start plugging away with the orcs. One thing I've kind of noticed, I probably should have actually mentioned it before, is the actual mechanics of the battles. Jesus Christ. So a lot of times you might see me waiting a turn or skipping a turn, and which is why I find it quite frustrating. You can't reorganize your forces. They will always be in the same lineup based on which ones you gathered first. The only way, okay, I've already lied, you can reorganize your force, but you can't do it just by pausing. The only way to reorganize your force would be to go to a castle, put troops in, take troops out, and then use that to get the list as you want it, so you can sort the formation out, which I've always found a little bit frustrating. Because, I mean, obviously you tend to want to have a bit of a defensive perimeter around your archers so that they can be shooting without getting taken out. And there isn't really... Well, there is, but there's a very fiddly way of being able to do it rather than just quite easily shifting it around. And it's also very important because when you go to a unit on your turn, the first time you press triangle, it will wait their turn, so you can move down the line. But if you then want to have another one of your units far down the line attack, and you have to wait a turn a second time for one of your units at the start of your lineup, you then end up having them skip their turn entirely and they don't do anything. Which isn't fun. It's it can be a problem. Absolutely. So sometimes, as you may have just noticed then, I can't remember where I parked my boat. I'm a drunken sailor. And if you want to get a boat close to you, all you want to do is just cancel your boat rental and then rent another boat. And it will automatically get rid of wherever your boat was previously docked at and then bring another one up. You got to pay a little bit of gold as if you've gone to the end of the week if that happens. But again, with our Sea of Passage badge, it's only going to cost us 100 gold. 100 gold is basically nothing, so it's not something you have to worry about. And it's a way of avoiding backtracking a little bit if you don't have time stop spells, which can save you some time. Because as I've mentioned, the spells you get from towns are completely randomized. So though we've been very, very fortunate, restarted multiple times to get it right, you might not be lucky to come across a time stop spell in the first island, maybe even the second island. Heck, you might not be able to find it until right up until the end of the game if you're really, really unlucky. At which point, the 200-day limit is going to be a lot more brutal for you. So there is a fair amount of RNG in this game, but as with most RNG in any games, the idea is to try and maximize our chances. I guess in some ways it's the kind of the same of gambling. There's always an element of chance to it, but it's about playing it in such a way to maximize our chances, given the fact that we know that there's a certain level of RNG that is going to be occurring. Anyways, I think we're starting to get to the point on Island 2 where we want to start tackling some of the villains. Now, normally what we'd want to do is go back and put some of this leadership to use so that we can have a stronger army, because our leadership has increased dramatically since we arrived here. However, we do have some units that we're not too fond of. So we have militia, we have sprites, and we could just disband them. And I mean, realistically, they're not going to be that useful later on. But I'm not the biggest fan of doing that. So there is one villain on this island who is very easy to take out, despite the fact that he's not the easiest, if we use a very specific strategy. And that person is this gentleman, Baron Narmaunt. So we'll just read a little bit about him. Baron Narmaunt, who has no known alias. Reward of 18,000 gold. Last seen in Elestria at Castle Troroc. Distinguishing features: rich clothing, haughty expression, long blonde hair, expensive tastes. Crimes: he has taken bribes, harboured criminals, and conspired with the king's enemies. Now, the reason this gentleman is quite easy, as you can probably see, is his army is composed entirely of units from the dungeon. Now, we have a spell called Turn Undead. Turn Undead will hurt all undead creatures on the map, as you probably would guess from the name, and that includes your own, so you do have to be careful with it. But it does 50 points of damage multiplied by whatever your spell power is to all undead creatures on the map. Now, it doesn't affect the demons. Demons are not classed as being undead. And in actual fact, the biggest threat we have is actually the skeletons, just because there's 500 of them. The other ones we're mostly going to completely fuck up just from the turn undead. So it's the skeletons and the demons that we need to worry about. But just from one turn undead spell, we just saw huge amounts of damage inflicted. Now, the demons I find are either incredibly deadly or incredibly useless. And there is a huge RNG to how it works. And there we go. Yeah, all stacks except for the skeletons and the demons have been successfully dealt with. I'm just going to hold them in. So the demon stats are not all that impressive, to be fair. They are considered a skill 6 enemy, or unit I should say, not enemy, which puts them in the same league as dragons, which means in terms of their defensive abilities, demons and dragons have the highest in the game. Now, they have 50 hit points, which is, you know, nothing to scoff about. They can fly, so obviously they can hit anyone. That makes them very dangerous. The damage is 5 to 7, which is better than most units, but considering you have 50 hit points, doesn't translate to a huge amount. Now, what makes demons very dangerous, in actual fact, why we got the orcs to take them out rather than our more expensive units, is they have a special inbuilt ability into them. And that's why we're going to freeze, well, we're going to freeze that guy so we can just focus on one at a time. The special inbuilt ability of the demons is that whenever they attack a unit, there is a chance that they will halve the stack. So, see there's 308 skeletons there. Actually, no, let's do it easier. I don't know, we can do 308 skeletons. So, there's 308 skeletons. If they attack, there's a chance that they will kill half of them. So, 154 skeletons will go in one go. I don't know what the percentage chance of that is. Like, I don't know if it's 10%, 50%, 35%. I have absolutely no idea. I mean, yeah. Pew! We're just going to use a few other spells. Yeah, I have no idea what the percentage chance of that is. I don't know if the cards of fortune decrease the chance of enemy demons kind of stopping that. I don't know. But especially later on, there's a chance that it could completely just gut one of your stacks. So they can be pretty dangerous. And yeah, holy shit, 93 sprites. Yeah, our forces, we did need a few more troops to bring this on, but we need to get rid of some of our weaker troops anyway, and we're just going to use a few spells to help in that regard. So the fireball does half the amount of damage that the Turn Undead spell does. So the fireball, the way it works, it does 25 points of damage multiplied by whatever our spell power is at the time. But, and obviously the benefit of it is that you can target one unit. So it doesn't have the means of doing as much damage as Turn Undead, but you can target anything with one exception, and it means that you don't hurt your own troops. The fireball is literally just an upgrade of the lightning spell, and we're being really fortunate with this demon actually. He's not managed to halve our orcs once. Admittedly, we're going to probably be getting rid of these anyway. We literally just want to do this fight, one, to get a little bit of gold, and two, just to put away some of our weaker stacks. Ironically, we want to do this because we didn't just want to straight up disband our stacks, but we're going to end up losing most of them anyway. But at least they put up a good fight, you know. It's much better that we put them to use rather than just disbanding them for no reason. So the lightning spell is basically a weaker version of the fireball spell, which means that it does 10 damage multiplied by your spell power. So again, not nearly as good. And we're just going to see if we can finish these demons off. We're going to get, since the orcs are a little bit weak now already, we're going to get them to tank the hit, and then we can move to... I always find it so funny when the flying units move very short distance, just like... And yeah, we're just gonna completely surround this guy and start trying to put the hurt on them and just pray that we don't get halved. We're being quite fortunate. We just want to, we're just gonna move our troops around ever so slightly so we can surround them a bit more effectively. So we're just gonna send everything in there and just try and take these guys out. And wow, they did nothing. They did absolutely nothing. I completely forgot. So in the game files, both demons and dragons are regarded as having a skill of 6. And they are the only two creatures in the game with a skill of 6. Sprites and peasants have a skill of 1. And also are the only two creatures in the game that have a skill of 1. What that means is that both demons and dragons, because they are so highly skilled, cannot be harmed by either peasants or sprites. And it is quite easy to remember with dragons, because I have a few other special abilities. And it's also quite easy to remember with peasants, because they are the weakest unit in the game. So you remember peasants can't do damage dragons. You kind of neglect to remember that sprites and demons have the same interaction. And as you can see here, I completely forgot that was the case. But we've been quite fortunate, actually. We're just slowly wailing away on him. We're going to keep the sprites out, obviously, so they can't do anything. And I mean, it was kind of a risky fight doing this. The only reason we took on the Baron was because we had those turn undead spells. So you can see we've taken a bit of a number, but we're looking to get rid of the militia and the sprites after this anyway. They're just not strong enough to keep up with us. And oh, speak of the devil, there we go. Demons halve the militia. So that's the attack that they use, which can halve any stack that they hit, and that can be either an attack on their turn, or it can be when they do their counter attack after they've been attacked themselves, and it's quite devastating. But the probability of it happening, I mean, you've seen how many times that they've attacked us already. Again, I don't know what it is, but it has to be somewhere in the region of 5 to 10%. So it doesn't occur very often. I mean, maybe again the cards of fortune are helping us out a little bit. But the end result, like maybe, again, I don't know how they work. So maybe it's a case when you have them, your demons will deal more damage. The enemies are less likely to have it occur. I don't fully know, but what I do know is that demons tend to be very dangerous when they're on the enemy team because they have that probability of dealing that damage to you. When they're on your team, on the other hand, they're too unreliable, really, so I'm not the biggest fan of having them. Very dangerous on the enemy team, kind of useless on yours. But anyway, now that we've taken out one of the villains on the second island, we have taken out enough villains to upgrade, which means we are now finally capable of recruiting the knights, which is why we wanted to get rid of the sprites and the militia. We're not going to be using anything weaker than a pikeman from this point onwards. I say that, we're going to be using orcs, but that's because they're ranged and they can be quite useful. Unfortunately, we did take quite a significant amount of casualties in that fight to the orcs. The enemy will always prioritise your ranged units over anything else. Hopefully, moving onwards to the second, third island, we might be able to come across some more to replenish our numbers, because, yeah, 142 orcs available, we can get all 142, which is still pretty good. Relatively strong, and yeah, might as well grab a few free spells while we're here. We've increased our capacity somewhat. I'm not going to use it all up though, because we want to make sure we have a few spells to teleport. So if we end up going to another island and we don't have the means of coming back, then that's going to be a problem. It's going to make us lose a week, and that wouldn't be good. So we're going to go and find Mercion now, which is actually the weakest enemy. And yeah, they're in Castle Strass. So we're going to see if we can find them. I mean, to be perfectly honest, we kind of just use that to get rid of the actual spells, because Castle Strass, where the fuck is that? I don't remember. The castle names don't change. They're always in the same place every playthrough. But you'd have to play it through it multiple times to know which castle's which, so it's much better just to bloody go up and find them yourself. Anyway, so we have Mercion, who is the weakest villain of Elestria. So, Mercion, who doesn't have an alias. Reward, 12,000 gold. Last seen in Elestria, Castle Unknown. Well, we know it's Castle Strass now. Distinguishing features. Muscular, dimpled chin, missing the small finger of his left hand. Crimes. A former soldier wanted for inciting riots and attempted murder. He hasn't even killed anyone, he just attempted it, and he can't be that 12,000 gold for someone you can't even get a kill off? What the fuck is... That's a... Why'd you even put a fucking bounty on someone if he's not even capable of killing anyone? He's kind of shite. But right, what we're doing when we go to move to the second island is we're not going to try and find Castle Strass. We may not even come across it. We literally just want to get over here so that we're on the second island. And yeah, we've got plenty of elves. So we now have 2 arch units, so we can really put the hurt onto some units from a distance. So we've got Bogmar Skullbelt there. We're not going to go after him just yet. So there's only 3 other places he can be, so it's going to have a quick little perusal. And by perusal, I mean we're going to get ambushed by some lizardmen. But allows us to see how much damage these orcs do. Now, as well as this, there is, when I looked into the screen recently, there was, actually, that's a much better lineup, I would say. Yeah, we can actually move these over and get them defended behind them. So, fortunately, the AI, as we've seen thus far, is not the best. So, the knight we can kind of just put in defensive position and wait for them to come to us. And yeah, just look how much damage the archers are doing now. 70 points. I mean, knight's not going to suffer any... Yeah. Massive, massive increase to the strength of our force now. So there is a mechanic in this game to do with morale, which seems to be certain units of a different type, when they're in the same army together, don't get along too well. I don't fully understand it. I don't fully understand what forces don't like other forces. And in all honesty, I'm not even sure what difference morale makes. When you go into that screen, you can see that a certain group has like low, medium, high morale. I've never noticed it to make enough of a difference to actually pay attention, so I'm not going to. I would explain it if I had any idea how it worked, but I don't. So that's a feature what exists. If you can find out how, please leave a comment down below, because you're not going to get it from me. I'm afraid. But as we can see, we are... There we go, we got a contract for Strass, just double checking we have it. And we are going to put the hurt on. Our force is so much stronger now. I mean, we've been taking out the ones we've come across just by archers. So Strass, well, Baron Nugmeg, had the benefit of an army that was entirely based on the dungeons. This time round, we have an army that's entirely based on castle units. So much like what they'll do with us, we're going to prioritize taking out the enemy archers, and we're going to freeze the cavalry because they're the quickest, and we're just going to form a defensive position. And yeah, this is what I mean. We probably don't have as many orcs as we could fit, because we only had 142. There just wasn't enough available to recruit. And yet our orcs are doing more damage than our elves. I mean, it's a bit of a trade-off, I guess you could say, because the elves do have 4 times as much ammunition, so they can be shooting for a longer period of time. And yeah, just charge into the militia, just fucking do them in. But yeah, the orcs, because there's more of them with their leadership being less and their hit points being less, are just doing a tremendous number. I suppose on the flip side of that particular equation, and actually no, it's perfectly fair that there can't be much difference, because the orcs have 5 hit points and the elves have 10 hit points, which means 150 orcs, 75 elves. That's roughly what you would expect. So to be fair, I think this is a pretty good comparison of what the 2 units can do. So the orcs, obviously, they have more damage up front for the same amount of leadership, but they aren't as quick, they can't move as much, and they will run out of ammunition quicker, so you'll need to send them into melee. But when you're doing so much damage, you're killing the enemy before you need to, is why I'm quite a big fan of them. But together with our orcs and elves, we actually have a pretty good force here. So we're just going to try and take out the cavalry, or as many of the cavalry as we can from a distance. And then we can just freeze the knights in place so we don't take damage from them. And yeah, cavalry is strong, but they're not going to be able to heal up with that stack. And yeah, this has just turned to a doom stack now. So we were kind of struggling a little bit previously just because we hadn't been back to the first island in so long. But as you can see now, we're just rolling over enemies. Our forces becoming brutal. And just tons more gold. We're just reeling it in. It's almost just a clear up at this point. So we've gone through most of the island. Let's just take out the final villains to get us on the way to the next upgrade. So fortunately, when it comes to the upgrades, I have been quite fortunate in actually finding a small little guide that tells me exactly what they do. Because the upgrades you get are different based on whoever you start with. And yeah, oh yeah, there we go, 25 more elves. Why not? Why not now that we have a little bit more leadership? So the Magician, when you get 3 villains and you upgrade, you'll get plus 1,000 commission, plus 60 leadership, plus 3 spell power, and then plus 8 spell capacity. When we upgrade a second time, which is what we've already done, so once we've captured 6 villains, you're going to get 1,000 commission, 180 leadership, 5 spell power, and 10 spell capacity. So you're seeing a lot of it is focused on the spell, which you would imagine you're playing the Magician character. And that's what's going to make our spells very powerful. And I just think it's the most useful one to go for. Spells are very, very, very fucking powerful. But it's a little bit more difficult to level them up. Whereas the leadership and stuff, yeah, we are getting some of that, but it's not as big of a deal. So yeah, Archmage after 12 villains, 1,000 commission, 300 leadership, 5 spell power, plus 12 spell capacities. And one thing I found quite interesting was that the amount of villains you need to capture changes per character. So the Magician, it's 3, 6, and 12. With the Crusader, it's 2, 7, and 13. With the Chieftain, it's 1, 5, and 10. And then with the Knight, it's 2, 6, and 14. So it's definitely spaced out a little bit. The Chieftain, I always found, was one of the weaker characters, but I'm guessing the early game for him is a little bit easier, because you only need 10 villains as opposed to, say, the Knight's 14, and I suppose that's why he gets slightly more with the upgrades as well. The Chieftain, not a particularly adept mage. Every time you level up, you only get plus 1 spell power, as opposed to, as we've just seen with the Magician, plus 3, plus 5, plus 5. So they are kind of suited to, well, what their archetype is. And it's another reason why I'm quite fond of the Sorcerer. Again, not just because she starts with being able to use magic right at the start, but she, as you would expect, ends up with the strongest magic towards the end. Now, the trade-off for that is she does get less commission than the others, which, like, only 1,000 each time, whereas the others it's like 2,000, 2,000, 4,000, that kind of area. But again, commission we're not using at all, really. She gets less leadership, which is a problem. That is probably the Sorceress's biggest weakness. But that's why we sell all of the gold to make up for that fact. And she makes up for it by having more spells and a larger spell capacity. I personally think that is a viable trade-off, and it's why she's my favourite character to play. Not when I was a kid, mind you. I don't know about other people, but when I played games, I didn't like to play female characters, at least when I was very, very young, because, well, they weren't like me, I guess. And I like to play a male character, just like, well, I'm not a woman, I don't want to play a woman. And it was actually Resident Evil that kind of changed that around. I got absolutely obsessed with Resident Evil games. And as you can probably tell from my channel, I've got walkthroughs for most of them. And that one, for a lot of the games you can either play as a male or a female. And so I remember playing the first one, playing as Chris, and just not being able to do very well. And then Jill Valentine's obviously an easier one. And I think what probably really cinched it for me is Resident Evil 3 ended up becoming my all-time favourite Resident Evil game to this day, and it's why I'm a little bit salty with the remake they made, because it seems as if they put a hell of a lot of love into the Resident Evil 2 remake, not so much the third one. In fact, the tyrant that you fight in Resident Evil 2 acts how the Nemesis should act in 3, but doesn't. And that really pisses me off no end. Not that the Resident Evil 3 remake isn't a good game. It's still better than most games out there. It's still a really good game, but it feels as if they did botch it. Not even botch it, but just rushed it a little bit. And with someone who has a very personal love of that game, I'm sad it wasn't everything I had hoped it to be. And then, ironically, nowadays when I play RPGs, I tend to play female characters. It's only when I do my playthroughs online, like, I will make an effort, especially if it's an RPG, and I have to, if I'm going to be recording it in like a live stream or something, I'll probably pick a male character, just because if I'm talking through dialogue options and I'm playing a female and it's got, obviously I have a male voice and I sure as hell ain't going to try and go all dainty to do it, it probably would break some of the immersion a little bit. I mean, admittedly, you're watching something on YouTube, but I like to try. And I don't know why I prefer playing female characters. Probably just nicer to look at. I don't know, it's a bit of a power fantasy, isn't it? The idea of having this badass female, it's a bit different. We're so used to seeing male characters, and I mean, in fantasy games, it's a bit more common. But I mean, like Mass Effect, I played through as Femme Shep. I remember that was a big reason for that was the voice actor. I believe her name is Jennifer Hale. I know she's the same woman who voices the main character playing Ground Control, and she's incredibly talented, and I really like playing through as that. When I play through Dark Souls, I usually pick and choose. I usually have male and female characters, and I like have a range of them. and then playing full-up games. I usually play through as female just because I find it, you know, a little bit different to do things from a female perspective. So we're just going through this this mazy area, just clearing out the last of them. So for the longest time before, we were just going through and we weren't... well, we were just trying to get more chests and just up our leadership. But now that our force is a bit stronger, we can just face roll these guys and not really have to worry. Well, one, the fights being in any way, shape or any way, shape or form particularly long, or without us losing any casualties. Like, the weakest fighter we have at the moment is now the pikeman, and like, he was the strongest fighter at the start of the game, so he's not something we're going to have to worry about too much. I do find once you have knights and cavalry, he does take on a bit more of a secondary role. Just because he can't keep up with it. But he still does have the means to move 2 tiles until an attack. He has a move of 3, so he can... While he's no longer your frontline fighter, he's still very good at flanking once you have the knights to stop the charge. And zombies, we're just not going to use them. Zombies are just very, very slow, and their stats aren't fantastic. That I never bother with them. Skeletons I sometimes do, just because, I mean, hit points are 3, damage 1 to 2. It means that they can do a decent chunk of damage while being relatively mobile. Zombies, like units that can only move 1 space, I tend not to bother with. Literally, the knights is the only one I end up using, just because you can get them so readily available from the castle, and they are, you know, a quite strong high tier unit. But literally every other character that can only move that many moves. So you've got troglodytes, you've got trolls. Okay, trolls admittedly sometimes, but dwarves, ogres, zombies. The mobility is just too little, and it's too hard to get enough of them to be useful that you just don't really bother with them. But as we can see now, we've taken out like 6 enemies, or 6 groups of enemies now with no casualties. Our double archers are just very good at just drilling them from a distance and not letting them even close the gap. And even if they do, the knights will just take them out. So there we go. We've got some vampires. They've got to be our priority. So again, another reason why I quite like having the mages is knights are very, very powerful, but you need to close that gap, or you need them to close the gap on you. Fuck off, vampires, we're orcs. Fuck off. Just absolutely, just fucking prison shank them as they get close. It allows you to do a significant amount of damage as they come in, so you just basically hold the line rather than go into them. Unless you can easily kill them like this, obviously. And it means that the knights' lack of mobility aren't as much of a problem, because they're just your front line. As you'd expect in like a Warhammer game, you just have a front line of incredibly tough, heavy infantry. You know, just like the dwarves, or I mean, even just any kind of total war game or any kind of strategy game, you're not getting a bunch of super heavy infantry like knights or whatnot because you expect them to flank round and hit them on the side. You want them to stand squarely in the middle and hold the line or die trying, and they are very, very effective with that. And we also have the benefit of having 2 ranged units. So if they try to fly over like they did previously with the vampires to actually attack our orcs or our elves, they're gonna be in range of the knights, so just position them correctly. I find because the AI isn't too smart, they will almost, in fact not almost, they always come after you. They won't just sit back. You can use that to your advantage, and I do think that defensive positions are usually far more superior than going on the offensive. Let them come to you and kill them as they do. So we've just got 2 villains left, so we're just going to go to our local town and collect our bounty. So the next guy we're after is Nayaku the Nomad. Reward 16,000 gold. Last seen in Elestria. Castle Granite Wall. Distinguishing features: long black hair peppered with grey, middle-aged, rides a rust-coloured horse. crimes. Wanted for stealing livestock and the robbery and murder of unwary travellers. So finally we have some murderers. Someone actually worthy of a proper bounty rather than just pickpockets and shit. So with the running theme we've seen with a lot of villains recently, so we've had armies entirely composed of castle units, armies entirely composed of dungeon units. This is an army entirely composed of hill units, which means that it's, for the most part, they're not too much of a problem. There are two big threats in the hills, and that is, well, first of all, the orcs, for the same reason that I like having them on my team. Although they are a lower tier unit, with 150 of them, they're going to do some damage, so we're going to focus on them. They do have giants, which are in terms of the unit, are the biggest threat they have, but they only have 5 of them. So, I mean, let's see. Yeah, 4 orcs perished. I mean, I'm pretty sure when we fired at their orcs, we took out 21. So, I mean, we have the extra 25% armor. And yet, wolves aren't really much of a threat here. We have the extra 25% armor, which meant if those orcs fired on us, especially if they fired on our orcs, which is what they would have they seem to prioritize the orcs over the elves, I think because they have like a higher DPS. They would have taken out 15 of our orcs. So 4 versus 15. So the wolves aren't too much of a threat. In fact, the ogres and trolls aren't really too much of a threat either because they're so slow. We're just going to put absolutely everything into taking the orcs down, and then we're going to put our archers onto the enemy giants. And the ogres and trolls, like, they're not too much of a problem, especially if we have the knights who lead the charge in. So yeah, only 3 orcs that time. So again, we're just going to keep freezing the orcs because they will do a lot of damage. So if we can stop them, that's good. And keep pep them off. And then we're going to use our knights to focus on the ogres, since between the trolls and the ogres do more damage. Whereas the trolls are kind of just a tank unit. They're just there to absorb damage. And then we're going to attack them with the other one, see what we can do. Ogres are quite tough, as you can probably tell. They have a lot of HP. They do a decent amount of damage. Okay, for 1 pikeman, they're not. That's just because they don't have too many of them, to be fair. And yeah, trolls barely doing anything there. They're more just a roadblock than an actual threat. So we've lost 12 orcs so far. It's not the worst. I mean, obviously I prefer not to lose any, and it would be good if we can pick up some more of them, but I don't think we've managed to come across another hill that sells orcs. Otherwise, I would absolutely be grabbing them. But yeah, our front line, and they're dealt with. And now we can just focus everything on the giants. So yeah, the giants are, in terms of like the skill of a unit, they're obviously the strongest unit you can get from the hills, but the fact that there isn't many of them meant that they weren't something to worry about. I'm pretty sure they only don't have many shots left anyway. So left them to last. The orcs, obviously being the highest DPS, take them out. And we just work to finish up Nayaku, leaving only 1 villain left on this continent. So we're getting pretty good there. And you might have noticed, like, hang on, how is this working? We're 2.5 hours into a 4-hour video, and we've only seen 2 islands. Well, the beginning part is the longest haul. And in fact, you may have noticed it previously. Once I went back after clearing out my second island, my army was so strong that I started face rolling a lot of the problems. And that's what you're going to notice. The later islands, although they are the biggest threat in terms of the fact that obviously they have the strongest enemies, they're not as big. In fact, the last island only has 3 villains, so it does start to get cleared out quicker. And plus, also, you're stronger as well. So yeah, as I say that they level up at the same. Well, they have more strength there. So I was going to say, you don't really face roll all the time. It's more just a case of just the later islands aren't as. There's not as much to do in them, so you do start to go a bit quicker. Like the first island in particular is just absolutely bogged down with random encounters fucking everywhere. And yeah, we're just gonna. My memory's not too good. We're just gonna go at absolutely every hill encampment we come across and pray we can come across some more orcs. I love orcs, but I don't think we're gonna be fortunate enough to grab too many more. But there's just 1 villain left, so we're gonna go and take him out before we worry about recruit any more units or going to the next island. So let us see who is left on the itinerary, shall we? And yeah, that was a chest that gives you a full map of the area. Unfortunately, we've cleared out most of the map anyway. We knew the whole map, so it doesn't really help us. Again, RNG basics. If you manage to grab it early on, it can be helpful. But to be honest, if you played it once or twice before, you kind of know what you're expecting. So it's not a huge thing. It's more, I find, to help with my OCD, because even if you've explored the whole map, there'll be little bits of grey still, especially where it's like a mountainous region where your character can't actually travel too much into, and it really annoys me. It changes nothing other than the fact that it irks me. I find it irksome. So we're just gonna make our way up north to the town up here. And if memory serves, this one sells fireball spells. And as I mentioned before, fireball spells are basically just the same as lightning spells, except they're 2.5 times more powerful. And now that we've leveled up again, our magic damage is pretty strong, so we definitely want to make use of a few of these going forward. And in the process, we can grab our contract for the last remaining villain on Elestria, and that is for Bogmar Skullbelt. Alias None. Reward 14,000 gold. Last seen at Elestria in Castle Strongteeth. Distinguishing features: a walking mountain of muscle, never wears a shirt, brutal demeanor. Crimes: a barbarian wanted for vandalism, assault, and the recent murder of a merchant. So yeah, at this point at least we're dealing with actual murderers rather than just miscreants left, right and centre. Now, Bogmar is quite a significantly tougher opponent than probably anyone we've faced on this island. Even though in terms of the cost, finally we found the map to the Pearl Islands. Even though in terms of the reward we get isn't. And because his reward is a little bit less, it does mean that he doesn't have as many troops, but the troops he does have are a big pain in the arse. So, of the 5 forces he starts with, 4 of them can attack you on turn 1. So you have archers with the elves, you have an archmage, druids. Druids are basically just slightly weaker archmages, to be honest. They aren't as quick, and sprites that can just fly over us. So we're going to freeze the archmages. They only get 2 shots off, admittedly, but those 2 shots will hurt. And 30 archmages compared to 30 elves, the archmages will be doing a lot more damage. So we're going to take the sprites out because, well, they can take an absolute pounding. And we're going to freeze the archmages, shoot down the sprites, and by sending the cavalry right in close, we can stop the elves from firing. So the only one we really have to worry about fucking up our backline is the druids, and yeah, 14 orcs. Now, bearing in mind, there was 12 druids compared to 30 archmages, and I've said the archmages hit even harder. Just to put into perspective of how fucked our orcs would be if those archmages get their spells off. So yeah, again, they only have 2 spells. We don't want them firing even a single one. And unfortunately, we don't have too much in the way of freeze spells, so we're going to struggle to stop them from putting the hurt on us. So we're going to try and just close the gap as quickly as we can. And yeah, really just... yeah, we're not going to be able to stop them from firing, but we at least want to wound them as much as possible, so that when they do fire, it doesn't just wipe the orcs off the face of the earth. So yeah, the elves, now that we've closed the gap, they are not at all a threat. The druids are going to get another shot off. The druids get 3 shots, the archmages get 2. So you could argue the druids, with the same amount as the archmages, would get the same amount of damage off, but over 3 turns rather than 2. And yes, there we go, 10 archmages taken out of that one. And yeah, just put everything on them. We've taken 20 out of 30 out. So we've done... okay, there's only 6 left, so thankfully they shouldn't get too much damage off. In fact, how many can we take out of with our ranged units? 100 elves, come on, do the Lord's work too. Okay, 3 archmages, so that's only they're down to 10% strength, thankfully. Let's see how much this does. Yeah, 9 orcs they're at 10% strength and they've taken out 9 orcs, so they probably would have killed about 90 with their attack. Archmages suck. So unfortunately, it's just the orcs that have taken a beating, and yeah, the druids are out of spells now, so they're not going to be nearly as much of a threat. And it's a shame, yeah, we don't have the means of replenishing our orcs at the moment. In fact, we're probably going to struggle to find any more hill encampments which sell the orcs, so we may have to look to get rid of them relatively soon. Which, yeah, it's a shame. I love orcs, I really do. But yeah, we lost 60 there. That was almost half of them. So it is what it is. But that is all of the villains in Elestria dealt with. So we are almost ready to move on to the Pearl Islands. Just going to finish up a few little bits before we move on. Chiefly get a few like town gate spells and whatnot, so that we can safely move through. Again, because I was trying to go for the 25 days, not challenge, but I guess I was trying to show you how to beat this game in the shortest amount of in-game time as possible. I wanted to make sure I had enough spells saved up that I didn't have to, you know, worry about running out of spells, and then I have to accidentally waste another week moving to one place to the other, and yeah, a few time stop spells. So you might be thinking, yeah, we've got 4 left, so there's no point popping one just yet. We're gonna go to the next time before we pop it. You might be thinking, hang on a minute, this is a 4-hour video, roughly speaking, and already over 2.5 hours now. We've only done 2 out of 4 islands. Hang on, the last 2 islands are definitely the biggest threats. In terms of like a linear challenge, they obviously are the most difficult parts of how strong the enemies are, but they're a lot shorter. And hello, the Helmet of Victory, which is a very powerful trinket, especially if you're playing the Sorceress. So, as I've mentioned before, the leadership stat is probably the weakest part of a Sorceress, and also the most important stat in the game. Because leadership allows you to have a larger army, allows you to field more units. The Helm of Victory doubles your leadership, and it works from just as a multiplier from that point on. So you'll notice whenever we come across chests now and we distribute it, it will like say, oh, we have 110 extra leadership. In fact, yeah, 120 there. And okay, part of that is because obviously the gold on this island is greater than previous islands, but it's also because it works for everything from that point onwards. So it just seems, oh, that is fortunate. 100 extra elves to add to the 100 elves we already had. That is brilliant. So yeah, it all seems like there's a massive leadership because it's all now being multiplied by the helmet. So yeah, very, very, very powerful trinket. And it makes, there is a lot of units on here that want to join us. We've got druids over on the right hand side. The skeletons look like they want to join us. But yeah, this is what I mean about some of the trinkets earlier, like the pouch of the leprechaun and the badge of passage, just being fucking useless by comparison. We saw when we let the week run down, we lost 3,500 gold just from paying for our troops' upkeep. You know, 2,000 gold isn't really much, especially when that comes every 5 days. And okay, admittedly, no time is passing, but I think you can kind of see from the time stop how quickly it would pass. 176 points of damage. Oh baby. Yeah, we're definitely getting a bit of a doom stack at this point. I'm fairly certain there was somewhere there was another 37 damage. So yeah, we'll just have a quick look around, see if we can find any means of getting more orcs or elves, and if we can't, sadly we're going to have to just garrison the orcs somewhere. They're starting to fall off a bit just because there isn't enough of them. And yeah, look at that, just able to completely wipe out. This is a new island we've been to, so obviously there's a big step up in the quality of the force up against. And we're able to almost completely take them out just with ranged units, even though one of our ranged units has taken a massive beating and it's not nearly as strong as it could be. Like, we are on a roll right now. So we've got here Rhengla and army. So kind of similar to what we've done before. We're just going to do a quick sweep of the whole area first. There are some druids there that could join them. Some druids with hopes of greater glory. 10 vampires, 25 skeletons. I wonder how useful a turn undead spell would be here. Let's see, shall we? It's gonna 500 points of fucking damage. Our spell power's definitely gotten pretty strong. So okay, that actually allows us to do some quick math. The multiplier of the turn undead spell is 50 times spell power. So we know that is actually exactly where we are at the moment. So we have exactly a spell power of 10. So with that, we know that lightning will do 100 points of damage, and a fireball will do 250 points of damage until we level our spell power up. That's quite a nice little indicator we have then. I suppose I should probably talk about some of the other spells actually. There's a few spells that I don't really use very often. Like Freeze Spell is my favourite one. So there's one called the Clone Spell. And the equation for that is a little bit more complicated. So the spell power is 50 times your spell power, and then that is divided by the hit points times the skill. So if it was a peasant, for instance, your hit point would be 1, your skill would be 1. So the clone spell would produce 50 peasants per spell power that you had. Whereas if you were to have something more like a pikeman, so that would be a skill level of 3 and 10 hit points. So you have, say for instance, you just have a spell power of 1. You're going to generate 50, divide that by 30, and you're going to generate 1.6 pikemen. So it's one of those that, I mean, I get why the skill was there. It's to stop it from just being super powerful on like stronger units, but I just find it usually doesn't really do a huge amount because of the way the formula works. Now there is another one called the Resurrect spell, which I actually use even less often, but again, well, most of the time when I was young I didn't use it because I had no idea how the fuck the spell worked. I didn't know how it actually, did its thing. So the Resurrection spell has a similar kind of formula to it, in that, as far as I can tell, it is 125 times spell power as opposed to 50. Now, Resurrect can only regenerate hit points and creatures, it can't create more. So the clone one is useful in that you can basically make your stack stronger at the start of a fight and then use the extra units to basically kind of mitigate some of the losses, since you're going to be losing them instead. Whereas Resurrect, you have to actively lose a few before you can then use the Resurrect spell. And a key point to note with the clone spell is, although it will give you more units for the fight, it doesn't allow you to then have more units outside the fight. So you can't go into a fight, use the clone spell loads, and then have a bigger army. The spell runs out when the fight does. So I find it's just not all that useful. I mean, the damage spells, for instance, I mean, the lightning is just, well, okay, say for instance the fireball spell, since the fireball spell is just basically a better one. 25 times damage, that's not being like divided by hit points and skill levels and stuff like that. I mean, put into perspective, the dragons, which are the strongest units in this game, have 200 hit points. They have a skill level of 6, which means, okay, for one dragon, it's basically going to require 1,200 essential hit points to get it to work. You would need a skill level of 24 to make a single dragon. And at the moment, we are very strong with a skill level of 10. Like, it's just, I just don't find them that worth it. I think the clone spells and the resurrect spells are probably more useful on weaker stacks. So, like militia, or, something which doesn't have too many hit points. but because there's so many of them, they can deal a lot more damage, and I suppose it also has the benefit in that regard that they're the ones that you're usually going to be losing. The tougher ones usually more of your tanks. So I think if you use the clone spell, and to a lesser extent the resurrect spell, although it's more useful, it's more of a replenishment than up your damage. I guess actually if you were to use it on an orc, it would be quite useful. But I find clone spells and resurrect spells are also very expensive, which again mitigates their use. I believe off the top of my head, I think clone spells are about 2,000 gold to buy, and resurrect spells are like 5,000. So I could either do that, or I could spend 300 gold on a free spell. Like, you get a lot more value out of something like that, and I find it's useful in most situations. It's not that they're a bad spell, and if you come across them, you know, by all means they're hey, get fucked, archmages. By all means they can be useful, but I don't know, I that's just my playstyle. Perhaps there's you know, perhaps leave in the comments if you played this game previously and you used some different kind of spells and you found them to great effect. But my playstyle, free spell is my favourite. There's a few other spells also. As you would probably imagine, because they're more utility based, your skill level doesn't affect that in any way. So we've seen before me use the teleport. Skill level doesn't change anything with that. It could be a skill level of 1, it could be skill level 100, which I don't think you can get to unless RNG really fucked up that day. You can teleport a unit wherever you want. Enemy or friend. I should have said friend or foe. The effect is the same regardless. And the free spell, again, it doesn't matter how strong or weak you are. It always has the effect. So as well as that, we've have the adventure spells, the ones that we don't use in battle, but well, when we're adventuring around, we've again used that. The time stop spell, for instance, is one of those. And I do think the time stop spell was a bit overtuned, because it stops for 10 days per spell power. Given the fact you only have 200 days to beat the game, and just do some quick math. If you have a spell power of 20, which we can absolutely get up to, using that spell once gives you more time than you would have to complete the entire game normally. Like, probably didn't need to be as tuned as much as it did. The bridge spells, which we use right at the start of those two ones, I never pick them up. I find having a boat far more useful, and I usually just use them just to get rid of them if I have picked them up in a chest or something. When I was younger, I did go on a little bit of a spree, so I wanted to basically kind of create. I always imagined I was trying to like create like connections between all the different areas. So I'd come to this map, which is made up of islands, and I just spent everything on bridges, trying to like play Sim City and connect all the islands together. It's it's so stupid. And then other than bridge spells, obviously we have the Find Villain spell, so that just tells you where the villain is and what cast they're in. Used it a couple of times already, not very useful. Usually just want to use them up so they're not wasting a spell slot. And then you have Castle Gate and Town Gate, which will just teleport you to a castle or town that you visited before. And speaking of spell slots, we've just picked up the second island of the Pearl Island. The second artifact of the Pearl Island, which is the Arcane Orb. And much like how the Helm of Victory doubles our leadership, the Arcane Orb doubles the capacity of our spells. Now, I find it's not too useful, but no, it is useful. It's always good to have more spells, obviously. But we tend to have so many slots anyway that, especially with the Sorcerer, it's a bit overkill. We have enough slots. If you're playing the Barbarian or someone who doesn't get much spell slots naturally, I can see it being very, very handy. And it's, good to have it. We are going to, try and put it to good use. We're going to be buying a shit ton of spells. Just absolutely stock up on free spells. But, yeah, tad overkill, but it's definitely better than the free trinkets we started with. So in addition to that, the other ones that you have as adventure spells, there's one that's kind of funky in that it's very confusing to work. and I don't fully understand it. And there's one called Instant Army. So the way Instant Army works is that it creates, well, as you'd expect, an instant army, and unlike the clone army, that army stays with you. The way I didn't like it because it seemed kind of random in what army you get, and I realized it isn't. There is some kind of formula there, but I don't fully understand how the formula works. So the type of creature you get is based on what character you are. So if you're a knight, or if you're a paladin, or if you're a barbarian, or if you're a sorcerer, you will get different units from different areas that you can recruit them from. So, you know, maybe it's like the plains, or the dungeon, or the forest, etc. I haven't tested it all out, so I don't know exactly what class corresponds to what. I would imagine the sorcerer corresponds to the forest, but I cannot be certain on that in any stretch of the imagination. And then from that group, the monster you get is based on the level of your class. So you've seen us upgrade a few times. So it's if you've upgraded a little bit more, like if you've gotten promotions from the Queen, you'll get higher tier units. And then how many you get seems to be based on your actual spell level. So there's 3 factors going into it. And because of that, I find it... Yeah, and speak of the devil, instant army spell. Because of that, I find it very unreliable. Maybe if I had like an Excel spreadsheet and I went down and figured it all out, which, you know, I should have done that before I made this commentary. It would have actually been useful, but I'm lazy. I could have perhaps put a bit of foresight into it, but in all honesty, I just don't think it's, again, worth it. It's not a spell you really need all that much. And the final one that is an adventure spell is Raise Control, which is... Oh, we need 2 more villains, goddammit. Which we are going to be using later to great effect. But anyway, since we picked up the Helm of Victory, that's... Oh my god, we can recruit 90 knights. That's actually... Okay, that's very powerful, but for the first time in this game, we're actually going to have a little bit of trouble with not having enough gold. So we don't want to use up everything. We're going to get some cavalry, get some knight, get some pikemen, but not spend it all. The last thing we want to do is spend it all also, because then we can't rent a boat and then we're stranded on this fucking island. Well, not stranded, we could probably just teleport to another one, but you know, it's good to have a little bit of a surplus. So yeah, that's how good the Helm of Victory is. We now have so many goddamn fucking knights that we can't afford it, and we've been sitting on a shit ton of gold the whole time. So yeah, the last adventure spell is one called Raise Control, and the way it works is it will increase your leadership by 100 times your spell power, and obviously this is then affected by the multiply we get from the Helm of Victory. So essentially it's 200 at that point per spell power, which for the majority of the time is not going to be very useful. Most of the adventure spells, as I say, most adventure spells, actually just that adventure spell, I'm talking shit again. The spell works in that it raises your leadership up until the point that the week runs out, which we don't have to deal with. We don't have to worry about that. The timer stops, so it's not a problem for us. But I find it can be dangerous in the same way that an instant army can be dangerous. In that, if you, let's just absolutely stock up on these free spells. I was saying that the extra spell capacity wasn't useful. I take it back. That is quite handy. we actually wanted more free spells, so rather than just going back and forth, we now just have a lot to just last us for a little while. So yeah, a big problem with the Raise Control spell is if you aren't doing this method where you have time stop on pretty much permanently, the worst thing that can happen is for the week to run out. So say for instance you have an army that's bigger than your normal base leadership can deal with, and then your Raise Control spell runs out. Then you go into a fight, And then again, as the analogy I've used before, much like if you have a Pokemon, okay, imagine you have a bunch of Pokemon that are all like level 99, and then somehow you lose your badges. Now your Pokemon are just rampaging, and that's the same thing that happens. Your units, if their leadership is too high, will be out of control and will attack anyone that's close to them, enemy or foe, until enough of them have died that your leadership can now control them again. So say if you only have enough leadership for 90 knights and you have 100, you're going to need 10 of those knights to die before they stop attacking you. You know, it can be it can be a double-edged sword. So for the most part, I don't like using race control spell, but there is one very specific point in this game that we're going to use to break the game slightly, shall we say. But I won't spoil the surprise until we get to it. So we've used up all of our money. We don't even have as many cavalry as pikemen as we could have. And because we've got rid of the orcs, they're a little bit lacking at this point. We're just going to see if we can find, because if memory serves, there was a roaming group of giants around here that could join us. We could have the nomads, but I think the giants would be more useful. And it's not like we're strapping for time, is it? We've got 78 days. But there we go. A few giants with desires of greater glory. And by a few, it means there's probably only going to be like 5 in there. But 3 units and giants are quite useful. So I think it's, you know, worth grabbing them, especially since we literally can't afford anything else. Once you take out a few villains, we'll be in position to have a bit more gold. And you might have noticed actually a lot of time when we take out the villains, we're getting more gold from the actual fight than from the bounty on their head. It's nice that they both work together to give us extra gold, so can't complain too much. So yeah, as we can see, most of the Polar Islands is actually relatively taken care of at this point. So let's move on to the next villain. Rhengla the Savage. Reward 20,000 gold. Last seen on the Pearl Islands at Idar. Distinguishing features: double axe helm, mustache and chin beard, body tattooed with battle scenes. Crimes: wanted for banditry, murder, and for orchestrating a guerrilla campaign against the kingdom. I always find it quite strange when they put on there, it's like, oh, this person has a mustache on distinguishing features. Like they put emphasis on beards and mustaches. Like, what if they shave? You're fucked then. Like tattoos, okay, that's pretty permanent, but is a pencil barred mustache? Oh wait, not anymore. So as you might have noticed, Rhengla's army is composed exactly the same as Baron Narmaunt on Elestria was, which means Turn Undead is gonna absolutely fuck them. So obviously it's not exactly the same. They do have more units than Baron Narmaunt had, but it's the same composition, just more of them. So once again, the biggest threat is going to be those demons, especially because we actually have quite a lot of troops now. So we want to put the hurt on those demons, and the rest of them are going to get taken out just by our Turn Undead spell. I mean, 13 points of damage, no, not decent considering it's a free unit, and they are going to be very tanky. So of course I go for my elves. You shit cunt. And yeah, we have so many of them that they're fucking demons, man. Yeah, I want to use another Turn Undead spell, but I'm so scared of the demons halving it that what you're going to see me do is actually pull some of my troops back a little bit, so that they can't get attacked by the skeletons, and then just wail on the demons because I'm fucking terrified of them. 119 knights halved, that's a big problem. And there we go, they're taken out. So now, okay, I say that, we haven't actually pulled back enough, the skeletons can't take us, but we can just focus everything on the skeletons now, the demons taken care of. I would much rather, and yeah, they're going to hit the knights can take it. Yeah, only 1 casualty. 253 skeletons taken out. So yeah, the skeletons are a big threat, but not nearly as big of a threat as the demons. And yeah, that was 80,000 gold for 5 casualties. I don't know why you want to make an army entirely composed of dungeon creatures. It's a glaring weakness in that strategy, my dude. Like, just don't use them. And it's also why I don't like using most undead creatures in this game, most dungeon troops. Demons I do find can be kind of good, but as I've mentioned before, they're a lot more effective when you're fighting them as opposed to them being on your side. But even though the enemy can't use spells, I like to use spells a lot. Spells make fights a lot easier. When you have undead creatures in your army, those two fights that are for the most part, I mean, let's face it, if we had to fight that force normally, it's actually quite dangerous. But the turn undead spell turns it into a complete trivial joke. I prefer not to have undead units in my army, because if there is a way that I can just completely take out both of those villains with hardly any casualties, I'm going to go for that. Like, I don't want to gimp myself or run the risk of killing my own troops by using it. And if you could always say, oh, well, just put them away before you fight it. It's like, yeah, but what happens if I come across, like, a lot of undead when I'm just fighting normally? Why would I risk it? So yeah, I'm going to grab some teleport spells. That's going to help our knights out quite a bit. Again, it's funny, I find some of the cheaper spells in this game are by far the most useful throughout it. Free spell, useful from start to finish, 300 gold. Teleport, useful from start to finish, 500 gold. And it's not just about getting your knight to their backline. Sorry, brain freeze, Arrow 404. I remember having once, I was running a composition that was almost entirely composed of archers, and I think I was trying to take out like a stack of enemy knights or something really strong and slow moving. And so all I did was keep moving away, and ever that the knights got close, I just teleported the knights away and kept shooting at them. Like, there's a lot of utility to something like that. You don't just have to bring your own troops close to them. You can get slow moving troops and move them far away. Or, I don't know, they have a bunch of archmages in their back. Oh, I know. I'm just going to fucking teleport the archmages into the middle of all 5 of mine and just wail on them. You know, there's a lot of utility to it. And I do like a game that can have that element to it. I always remember... I never much played Morrowind. I'm not quite that much of a boomer, but I know one of my friends swears by it, says it's her favourite RPG ever. And if I get anything of this wrong, obviously I do apologise. I'm only going by second-hand anecdotal evidence, but apparently you can enchant arrows in that. Like, actually, like, for instance, if you were to play on super hard difficulty, it's very hard to actually kill stuff. Apparently even, like, rats, like, stun lock you, because it's got some weird RNG elements to it. And instead of trying to kill enemies with, like, arrows and stuff, what you do is you enchant the arrows so that it levitates the enemy up into the sky, and then they plummet to their death, which is fucking ingenious. I love games where you have that kind of freedom with it. It may... ever so slightly, horribly, completely break the game, but Morrowind, like, it's kind of designed to break it, you know. I wouldn't even say it's that broken. You've used your ingenuity to make something that's very, very effective. What I didn't like about Oblivion, and I say that knowing full well that Oblivion is the one game I've put the most hours into any Elder Scrolls game. I never could get into Skyrim, and I know that's heresy. A lot of people give me grief for that. But Oblivion you could break, because you get into the Mages Guild, you get 5 enchanted bits of jewellery, you put Chameleon on it with a Grand Soul, boom, you're permanently invisible. You can literally just sit there wailing at someone. And because I played on the super hard difficulty slider, where you don't do any damage except for contouring, but you can just wail away. It takes 5 minutes to kill something, but it's done. Anyway, the next bounty we are after is Tarcanis, or Tarcanis. I'm not sure if that's a soft C. Reward 30,000 gold. Last seen on the Pearl Islands at Anchorstag. Distinguishing features: wild black hair, hot temper, carries a staff encrusted with a red gem. Crimes: wanted for arson and the wanton destruction of several towns and other public buildings. Now, strangely enough, Tarcanis is kind of built up, I mean, from that he's like some kind of mage, and yet he has no mages in his army. In fact, he's got kind of a clusterfuck of units, to be honest. So yeah, the biggest threat they have is the giants, and as we've mentioned before about using the teleport spell, we're gonna teleport them to us and just wail on them so they can't start throwing boulders at our vulnerable backline. And 700 peasants, ugh. So our melee troops should be able to deal with the giants. So the next threat is the quicker units they have. So the Nomad and the Lizardmen are both relatively quick. The Lizardmen, I would say, are probably the biggest priority in this case. So we're going to get our melee troops to take out the giant while we try and do a little bit of damage to the Lizardmen. And a few pikemen done there, but nothing too bad. Yeah, the Lizardmen have one more move. I always find that strange. I mean, I know the Nomads, they're riding like a smaller horse, like a Shetland pony or something. But the Nomad can only move 2, despite the fact that they can move the same as pikemen. Pikemen can move 2. Nomad, you are literally riding a horse. Lizardmen just have very long legs and can move 3. I quite like the Lizardmen. I think they're in terms of the planes, you have the Archmaid and the Lizardmen. They're the only ones I like. You get peasants, wolves, and nomads from the plains, and all of those are very underwhelming. Arguably, from those, probably the wolves are the most useful. They only have 3 hit points, but they can hit 1 to 3, so they actually have a decent chunk of damage to them. Whereas a nomad's 15 hit points, 2 to 4 damage. Overwhelmingly mediocre, I'd say. But we're just going to freeze them in place. Although they are mediocre, there are 80 of them, so they can put a little bit of hurt in. So let's freeze them down to size. And yeah, so sometimes it's a case when you see enemy stacks like that, you have to take into account not just what type of unit it is, but also, you know, the numbers of them. So the troglodytes are actually a little bit of a threat. So the troglodytes have 5 hit points each. They can only move 1, which is their biggest weakness, but they have 1 to 3 damage for 5 hit points. So if they start going at us, they are going to hit like trucks. Even though they're quite a weak unit, there's so many of them that they're going to do some serious damage. And that's kind of just the case of using your freeze spell to take out, or, you know, stop in place, quite literally, whatever is the biggest threat at the time. Now, unfortunately, the troglodytes are the definition of a glass cannon, however. So even though they're going to do a lot if they hit us, we can kill a lot if we put the hurt on them. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Now, even though there's 700 peasants remaining, we're going to focus on freezing the troglodytes. And the reason for that, and I kind of mentioned before that how the skill level plays a part in the defensive abilities of units. Again, I don't fully know how it works. All I know is that it does do something. So in the same way that peasants can't hurt dragons or demons because they're skill 6, a knight's not skill 6, they are skill 5. A knight is skill 5, so they're going to take a little bit of damage, but I mean, they did 800 damage and then took 50 in return. Like I'm happy with those few casualties. That is a good fight. And you may have noticed, I don't know why this is, but every time you kill a troglodyte, there's this weird animation where they kind of fall backwards, and then it's almost as if they're about to raise back up, and then the camera cuts away quickly. It's like, fuck, move, shit, no! I'm not sure if that's just like, they didn't finish the dying animation, or if the dying animation was just bugged and they couldn't get it to work right. It's like, fuck it, let's just cut away real quickly, specifically because of the troglodytes, so it doesn't look so stupid. I don't know. It seems to be the only enemy that kind of does that. Maybe they do it with the other ones, I just haven't really noticed. I always found the troglodytes' death animation was a bit strange. Anyway, we have 2 more villains to take out on the Pearl Islands, so let's make our way towards Vostok. Vostok the Rabid. Reward, 25,000 gold. Last seen in the Pearl Islands at Whitekeep. Distinguishing features: a pale vampire, charismatic, dresses in old-style clothing. Crimes: wanted for kidnapping, wrongful imprisonment, and for consuming the blood of others. So in the first islands at Arcathia, we had Cael that... I don't know if he was meant to be a fake vampire, just reading it into too much, or maybe he was just meant to be an odd-looking stage performer. But now with Vostok, we have supposedly a real vampire, and yet he doesn't have any vampires in his army. What a traitor. So, as you've probably noticed, this is the first time we're going to face the dragon, which are by far and away the most powerful creatures in the game. And what we're going to do to try and deal with this is we are going to teleport our knights straight into danger. Now the reason for this is that they have 30 giants there, and if they start throwing boulders on our elves, they are going to start ripping them to pieces. However, unlike druids and unlike archmages, giants are considered like proper archers, which means if there is a melee unit next to them, they cannot use their ranged attack. They have to fight in melee. So we're going to use our knights to basically be a bit of a stop to try and hold the giants in place. And also the dragons, coincidentally enough, since the dragons are also capable of flying. The way the AI works is that if they will only tend to move if there isn't someone next to them. So by putting our knights there, we stop the giants and the dragons from going on our back line. And now we can use some other spells to kind of help out a little bit. So with him in place, we can now use our ranged units to take out their ranged units and just kind of provide support from a distance. We are going to take a few casualties this time. The enemies are just getting really strong at this point, so that's just unavoidable. And if you're wondering, hang on, why the fuck did he freeze the giants? Why didn't he freeze the dragons? The reason for that is I can't. So the dragons are, you know, the apex predator of this game through and through. So they have 200 hit points. They have a skill of 6, meaning that sprites and peasants can't hurt them. They fly, so they can go anywhere they want and do any damage. 25 to 50 damage per entity, which admittedly per the amount of hit points they have isn't the highest, but that's still really high per unit. And another key trait of them, I mean, as well as the fact they're skill 6, so they don't take much damage from many things. They are very defensive. Dragons in this game are magical, meaning that magic does not work on them. That also applies to your own dragons. So that means you can't hit them with fireballs, won't do anything. Can't hit them with free spells, won't do anything. You can't teleport them someplace, because you can't teleport them. You can't clone your own, you can't resurrect your own. Magic does not work on dragons. Full stop. So that's just another aspect that makes them difficult to take out. So we've been relying on magic quite a lot up until this point. Dragons put a little bit of a thorn on our side. Not entirely, because obviously we can still use magic on other units. Either, like, you know, to freeze other units in place to mitigate the damage, or we can use magic on our own unit. So we can, you know, teleport knights into position. We could use the clone and resurrect spells, which I kind of shat on earlier, admittedly, but there are times when fighting the dragons when they're actually relatively useful. So you can buff your own troops, you just can't interact with the dragon directly. So yeah, they are dangerous, and it's nice that they gave them that little aspect to them, because they needed, you know, it would have been a bit of a letdown if they were like the demons, which are just kind of shit. I mean, the demons, for instance, the biggest threat is obviously the fact that they can fly, and the ability for them to completely halve a stack. But demons, even though they have a skill of 6, a giant with a skill of 5, I think are more dangerous. Because demons 50 HP, giants 60. Demons can fly, the giants can move free, so it's less. But demons 5 to 7 damage to the giants 10 to 20. Like, if demons and giants were to fight, who would win is whether or not the demons are able to halve the enemy stack. And now, there we go. We are finally at the maximum rank for our sorceress with those two taken out. So let's, and we've got a hell of a lot more gold now, so we can actually get the troops that we couldn't afford before. And there we go. We're actually being capped on our leadership now. and not our gold. So we have an absolute doom stack of just the Emperor's finest warriors. So we're just going to quickly stock up on a few more spells before we move onwards to take out the final villain of the Pearl Islands, Zabrina, I believe. Who I remember when I first played as a kid, my big brother would always, we can get a lot of free spells. My big brother would always watch Zabrina the Teenage Witch, which I never really got. I was too young. I was at that point where if it's not animated, I don't care. But I came to watch it as a little bit older and appreciate Salem the cat mostly, because he embodies my attitudes to life at the moment. Just I love Salem. Anyway, Zabrina. So Zabrina with a Z, not Sabrina. So Zabrina, Sharpblade. Reward 35,000 gold. Last seen at the Pearl Islands at Castle Frothen. Distinguishing features: wears polished demonic armor and horned helm. Always smiles during battle. Crimes: led a failed rebellion, now wanted for the destruction of a dozen villages. Now, despite being the final villain of the Pearl Islands, I find Zabrina not that difficult, and the main reason is she just doesn't have that many troops. The troops that she has are composed of castle troops, with the exception being that the militia are replaced by 5 dragons. But for some strange reason, I mean, she has, 100 pikemen, 80 cavalry, 60 knights, only 5 dragons, and then only 35 archers for some reason. So her range capabilities are quite limited. So the way we're going to play this, and is very specific with the formation here, move the pikemen forward 1, we're going to move the cavalry round to the left, we're going to fill in that slot with the knights, and then we're going to move both the elves and the... most of the archers are taken out straight away. We're going to move the elves right 2 and the giants right 2. And now we're going to freeze the cavalry to keep them out of the fight. And the reason we moved in that formation is that we know the dragons are going to want to take out our backline. So they're going to come straight for the elves. But with the formation we've made here, the dragon has basically just got himself surrounded by our knights and our pikemen. So we can just put the absolute hurt on them immediately. So as before, we're just going to keep freezing the cavalry just to keep them in place. If they start interfering, they're going to do a little bit of damage. We're going to take a little bit of a bit of a hit from the pikemen because they're going to be moving in next round, but we'll just have to deal with that. I mean, it would be nice if the elves could shoot them, but unfortunately, until the dragons are taken out, they are incapacitated. Just so we can do a little bit. 5, better than a kick in the teeth. So yeah, just put everything on taking these dragons out first before we move the rest round, and then if we bring our cavalry round, we can get them to focus on the pikemen. Which is, if you played any Total War games, you never want to send cavalry after pikemen. That's a recipe for disaster. But for this game, it works. It works reasonably well. I mean, I suppose we outnumber them. We have about 250 cavalry to 100 pikemen. So yeah, they don't hold up too well. And there we go. The dragons are taken out. So now we want to freeze the cavalry one more turn, and the reason for that is that we can move our cavalry out of the way. So the knight has to now waste one more turn moving forward before he's in melee range, which means we get one more turn of just wailing on the cavalry. Once they get a little bit closer, we want to be freezing the knights because they are a lot more dangerous than the cavalry. But, you know, we got another archer shot off in the cavalry. That's 10 cavalry taken out. That's a little bit less damage that we're going to be taking. And with them frozen, we don't have to worry about a counterattack. So we don't have to wait to make the knight be the tank. We're just going to surround these knights and just try and do as much damage as we physically can to them. And yeah, they're mostly all gone already. Boom. Like, the only threat we have is the cavalry from the next round. That's the only attack they're going to be able to get in. And they've, we've already taken out 25% of them. Well, a little bit more now. Gone down from 80 to 57. Cavalry versus cavalry, and when we outnumber you severely, ain't gonna end well for you. And yeah, let's just freeze these knights one more time, just to finish them off. And let's just Actually, no, let's not move anybody. Get him to just pause for the time being, see how much damage we can do with our archers, and then we'll have the cavalry finish them off. Just to try and mitigate some of the losses we're going to take, because we're going to lose a few cavalry here, most likely. And it's a -1. We can deal with that. And there, we got about 135,000 gold for that. So we are really rocking at this point. The giants, I mean, there's only 10 of them. Not super useful. But yeah, I won't have anything else to spend it on. So we're going to finally sail now to the final island and the last stretch of this game. We're going to be heading to the dreaded volcanic desert itself, Vazara. And here we go. Week 3 proclamation. We just lost 42,000 gold from the week ending. Again, why time stop spells are so useful. You don't have to pay your army wages if there is no time. Roll safe. So yeah, with it being the final island, as you imagine, the types of enemies we're facing are a lot more dangerous. So demons right off the bat, and thankfully, unlike dragons, demons can be afflicted by magic. So we're just going to try and close the gap as quick as we can, and take those druids out. They're going to get one shot off, and that's just kind of unfortunate. We're not going to be able to kill them in time. But I mean, we killed half of them right off the bat, so at least it mitigates that a little bit. And I think this is where one of the strengths of the cavalry come in. So in terms of raw tankiness, in terms of raw DPS, obviously they're not as good as the knights, but the fact that they can just get in and get up in their faces quickly, especially on their ranged units, is where the benefit of having a faster unit comes in. And obviously you should be well aware of how dangerous demons are, which is why we're freezing them. So even though there's only 8 demons, like that's not many. All it takes is one special attack to go through, and boom, we've lost what, like 150 cavalry. Like that's not the kind of casualties we can be dealing with. So demons in any once you reach this part of the game where you're dealing with very large stacks of your own to try and take out the enemy, demons have to always be your #1 priority. It doesn't matter if there's 100 fucking dragons next to them. It doesn't matter if there's giants. It doesn't matter anything else. Demons are always the first thing you want to take out. Or if you're not taking them out, at the very least, freeze them so that they can't get an attack in. Because all it takes is one attack on one of your units and you're fucked. Never let demons get any attacks off. Even if there's only... It could literally just be one demon and they attack your 300 cavalry. And yeah, he's going to die immediately after, but boom, 150 cavalry. Demons, if there was like a priority list on enemies take out in this game, demons would be about 100 feet further up than the second highest one. Like the only time you don't prioritize them is when you're very early on and you don't have much of a stack. And even then, you should still prioritize them. So taking that into consideration, we're just going to be doing what we've done with the previous islands and just quickly move around and clear out as much of the generic enemies that are lurking. It's not going to take nearly as long as the previous ones. In fact, we're going to kind of blast through them with relative ease. I mean, early on, we saw some of these fights, especially if you came across like a troll or something, would take a little while. But we have a really good stock of magic to help. Yeah, demons, more demons and archmages. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. So that's going to be an issue. But yeah, just moving around as we've done before, using whatever units you can. So I would recommend the bulk of your troops be from the castle, as we've kind of seen previously. And yeah, even freezing demons and getting the cavalry up there. Hey, at least we took out most of them, to be fair. So can we take out another one? I don't think so. Oh yes, we can. Only one archmage. I'll deal with that. So once you get to this point in the game, I would recommend that I'd say out of the 5 units you can have, 3 of them should be castle. So obviously your knights as like your main heavy hitters, your cavalry for your quicker units, and then the pikemen just because they are still pretty strong at this stage of the game. Archers and militia, I honestly don't think there's a huge amount of worth having them anymore at this point. And yeah, I don't think the knights in this particular fight are actually going to be able to get anything done just because they're too slow. So they're not always useful, but that's why we have other units to cover the strengths and weaknesses. So you have your knights as your main heavy hitters, the cavalry as your fast hitters, pikemen to kind of like fill in the gap just because they're easy to get hold of, and then your other 2 units should be pretty much whatever you can find. And unfortunately there's not a huge amount of a guide I can give to that, because it's kind of just dependent on what you come across. If you're able to come across like dragons or something, fantastic, but it's just heavily, again, it's just heavily dependent. You don't get a huge say in the matter. So for this one, 100 troglodytes, so yeah, the amount of enemies we're coming across massively increased. Fortunately, we can just kind of like just put the hurt on them from a distance, because all 3 of those units have the weakness that they can only move 1 each, so they are going to very slowly come to us. In fact, yeah, because the AI is not the best, the ogres have already screwed themselves up and not gotten any closer to us this turn. So yeah, I'll just keep blasting at them from a distance. This is fine. Everything is fine. Usually you won't have much luck in getting demons or dragons until you get to Vazara, this island, to be fair. And if you come across them, by all means grab them up. A problem I find, as I've said before, demons are a lot more useful on the enemy team than they are on your team. And dragons are good. Very good, in fact, but their hit point to damage ratio isn't the best, and admittedly that's less of an issue once you get to this point, because I mean, with a lot of our forces, have we seen, the limiting factor is not our leadership but how much gold we have. So I guess that's one way to think of it. If the limiting factor is leadership, then the weaker units are usually a little bit better, because they have a higher DPS to health ratio. If the limiting factor is instead like gold or something, then it's not really as much of an issue. You just buy as many as you can. And yeah, as you can see, a lot of demons on Vazara. In fact, you'll come across random stacks that will have a few dragons in them as well. And just the random enemies you come across. I mean, you would expect it from a linear challenge. The random enemies we're coming across at this point are now stronger than the villains on the first map. And it's a shame there's so many bloody demons, because otherwise I would just teleport the knights into the backline and start doing some work. But like I said, we cannot risk the demons at all. I think once you get to this point of the game, and you've done pretty good up until this point, the biggest way you could still lose the game is if you have the equivalent luck of coming across 13 black cats, and you take a beating from any demons you come across. So yeah, they are absolutely a priority. So the giants are quite useful at this point. They are a skill 5 unit, so they are powerful. And I find they're quite similar to the orcs in the fact that both the orcs and the giants have 6 ranged attacks, and to make up for how limited their range attacks are, they hit like trucks in melee as well. So giants are basically just stronger. Nah, they're a bit different than that. Obviously they have a lot more movement, and their damage they put out in terms of leadership again isn't quite as strong. So again, the orcs 5 hit points for 2 to 3 damage. The giants are 60 hit points for 10 to 20 damage. So again, as a ratio, not nearly as strong. What do we have here? Archmages and vampires. We could use a turn on dead spell, but instead I think the archmages are by far and away a bigger threat. So we're just going to chase them down and just absolutely slaughter them. So the strategy has changed a little bit. When you have some units like that, that can really give you a little bit of a problem to your forces. Whereas previously we were playing very defensive. Now we're going extremely offensive and just taking the fight to them, trying to kill them as absolutely fast as we can. So yeah, we're just going to go around Vazara. This place is... I'm fairly certain in terms of like map sizes, like all of the islands are the same. I could be entirely wrong on that, but that's just the perception I get. But I find there's not as much in this island, so you tend to clear out quicker. Or maybe, again, that's just my my perception, because at this point you're starting to face all everything. And there we go. Dragons and demons, the two only tier 6 units in the game, and the strongest ones. But thankfully, even at this point, there's only 2 dragons. And as I've kind of mentioned before, dragons are a big problem. Dragons are very strong. Not as dangerous as demons. Demons still need to be your priority, 100%. And, well, that's quite a nasty lineup, actually, because the druids are going to be hitting our back line, the demons are going to be halving us, and the dragons just... Dragons take a lot to actually kill. Yeah, only 2 dragons, but 45 damage. We've managed to kill 1.5 of them already. So yeah, we're just going to kind of carry on around Vazara, look around all the desert, and we're going to start looking for the 2 remaining artifacts that we have left to come across, because they are incredibly powerful, as you would probably expect from the final 2 artifacts in the game. One of them, I would argue, is probably the strongest artifact by a pretty hefty margin, to be fair, but we'll talk about that when we come across it.
You have won the battle.
You have won the battle. So yeah, we're really, well, as you can see from the video, there's not a huge amount of time left, so there's just a few little bits to finish up with. Now, in my process of trying to clear out the outside of the battle, I'm just trying to do, I guess you could say, a bit of a perimeter. I'm trying to avoid the desert as much as possible. As no doubt you've noticed, the desert, let's just take that one out. 750 points of damage. Oh, that's satisfying. The desert will make us move slower, so they can be a problem. And 10 giants, Jesus. That's actually a not insignificant amount. I mean, twice as many as we do. So yeah, unlike the orcs, the giants can actually move 2 spaces before throwing their boulder. So now both of our range units, the giants and the elves, can move 2 and still fire. So even if they get towards our back line, they're going to be able to get out of harm's way relatively easily. And we're just going to see if we can not just finish them off from a distance, or at the very least weaken them significantly. There we go. It'd be nice if we could come across another dwelling to get a few more giants, because 10 giants is okay, but compared to the rest of the armor we have, is it's nothing really. And with that, we've done a full sweep of Vazara, so we can start making our way inland now to other treasures we have. 3 clone spells. Yeah, the quantity of spells, much like how the value of the treasure you're going to come across increases, so does anything else you come across. So if it's like increasing your spell capacity and whatnot. Let's see what we have here. Giants. And vampires. Okay, we're going to hold out for the time being with those, just because we want to save up our gold for the final 3 encounters we have. Just going to have a little perusal. But we know that those are there, so it's something to keep in mind moving forward. And what's in here? Archmages. I imagine it should be archmages. In fact, in some ways, we're kind of unlucky that there's... and yeah, demons. In fact, we're kind of unlucky that there's giants on that one and not dragons. At this point... well, we want to be getting the absolute top tier. And giants are strong, but not strong as dragons. So, as well as the... So, basically, this island is... It's kind of like there's a maze in the middle. And there's a desert surrounding the maze. And then, obviously, as we get towards the sea, it turns into a bit more of a coastal region. So, we're entering through, like, the maze of this map. Which... I mean... It's considered a maze, not a lab. I've always wondered, actually, what is the technical definition between a maze and a labyrinth? Because I know they're kind of used interchangeably. But, I mean, there has to be some kind of difference if they're, well, called something different. All I know is that labyrinths tend to be a term used for something that's a little bit more complex, a little bit harder than a maze. But I don't know, like, what the actual, definition change between the two is. Or even if there is one. I mean, maybe there was at some point, but it's... one of those things where they were used so interchangeably that the definitions kind of lost all meaning. Like figuratively and literally. Which I find so stupid. So hopefully everyone knows what these words mean. So just in case someone's like just completely blanked it. I mean, I've spent enough time having my brain do an error 404 that I can't really say anything. So literally refers to how on earth do you describe something? I was literally about to say literally describes if you literally do something. So literally is if something happens for real. It's like, oh my god, if you say I'm literally going to die, it means I have stage 4 cancer, I'm going to die. And then figuratively, if you're going to say you're going to die, it means I was so embarrassed that I felt like dying. But people misuse the term literally so much, like saying, oh my god, I'm literally going to die, when they meant figuratively, that they've had to change the definition in the dictionary so that literally can also now mean figuratively. Which kind of defeats the purpose of having it as a word. And I get that's just how languages work. And we get into a very heated argument that with someone from a previous work that their daughter was sending text messages and they were saying like you, spelled as in just the U rather than Y-O-U. And they were saying, I'm not going to answer that until you respond to me correctly. I'm just like, it's just shorthand. I mean, shorthand actually, as far as I'm aware, first originated in like World War II. In fact, probably a little bit before then, we had the little telegraph, so we had to go like send all of the messages like that. So it takes so bloody long to send a message. You want to try and shorten it as much as possible, otherwise you're going to be there forever. And that's how shorthand started to come about. So I always find it kind of silly when people have a go about that, because really they're doing something that's been done for ages. The point of sending a message and the point of language is for you to convey a meaning. So it doesn't matter if it's misspelt as long as you understand the sentiment behind it. So I get languages change and evolve. That's something to take into consideration. But when the whole point of having two words was that you could tell the difference between them, and that is now lost. Like, and yeah, I've been a little bit dangerous here. I froze the druids rather than the demons. I shouldn't have done that, to be fair. That was risky, but thankfully it paid off. We didn't lose any of our cavalry. And yeah, we're just making our way through this maze. And we're trying our best to try and just get past these units without having to fight them, but we're not having any such luck, really. So yeah, mazes and labyrinths, if you know the difference, please let me know. Because as far as I'm aware, in regards to me thinking about like a labyrinth is more complex, I can't remember if this is true. I remember reading it when I was very, very young. I can't remember where I read it either. It's one of those things where you can recall a memory, but you don't know the origin of the memory. And a lot of times, you can, or at least I have, got into this embarrassing situation where someone's told you a cool fact, and you end up repeating the cool fact to the person who originally told it. Who originally, Jesus Christ, can't speak. Who originally told it to you, because you can't remember who it was that told you it in the first place. It's like, oh, I learned this really cool fact, blah, 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 blah. Like, earwigs have two penises. And I'm just like, yeah, I know, I told you that. So, I think that a maze has one path to the center, whereas a labyrinth has, like, one continuous path, I should say. Whereas a labyrinth is more branching, and that's why a labyrinth is usually seen as more complex than a maze. How true that is, I have absolutely no idea. So if someone can let me know, put me out of my misery. And oh, that's quite fortunate. Another dwelling with 50 giants. So unfortunately, we haven't come across any dwellings with dragons. That would be what we really want to use, but no such luck. And we don't have any more. We don't have any more turn on dead spells. That's a shame. Oh well, we have our free spells, so we can put that to use instead. And yeah, we're just on our way of clearing out the final sections. Mostly, more than anything, what we're looking for is these two trinkets. So the two trinkets that we have remaining are the Flaming Sword and the Wizard's Hat. Now, the Flaming Sword in particular is the one you really want to go for, and it's why I kind of mentioned earlier, like right on the first island, that a strong strategy is to try and get just enough units to fly, and then just go to all the islands, collect all the treasure, collect the artifacts, because the Flaming Sword will increase all damage done by all of your units by 50%. That's just fucking ridiculous increase. So you have the Flaming Sword, meaning your units do 50% more damage, and then you have the Armour of Defence from Elestria, meaning that you take 25% less damage, and your units are now just so much stronger than the equivalent on the enemy team. And the other one, which isn't as powerful, but then again, literally nothing's as powerful as the Flaming Sword as far as I'm concerned, is the Wizard's Hat. And finally, dragons. We'll try and keep a note of that. The final trinket is the Wizard's Hat, which increases your spell power by 5. So we know at the moment that our spell power is 15. And that's because the last time we used a turn undead spell, it did 750 points of damage to a vampire. And we know the turned undead spell, the calculation is 50 times spell power. So we have a spell power of 15. So if we were to get the Wizard's Hat, that's going to increase it up to 20. That's a 25% increase. That's nothing to scoff at. Admittedly, we are already hitting like absolute trucks. So, fucking archmages, man. We are already hitting like absolute trucks anyway. Again, it would probably be more useful on like a barbarian or someone who could probably be at this point in the game and have a spell power of like 6. So it's almost going to double them. And again, a lot of the spells we're using, like teleports and free spells, they don't scale off of spell power anyway. So it's a little bit less useful, but you know, it's still good to have it around. Especially because we are entering into what I consider the bullshit strategy that I'm going to use. So one unit I've not talked about all that much, even though we've fought a few of them, and it's because we've been killing them so quickly, we haven't really had the opportunity to see what they can do, is the Humble Ghost unit. So the Ghost unit, I mean, I say humble, and I really do mean humble in its like base stats. So a Ghost unit has 10 hit points, has a skill of 4 actually, which is surprisingly high, move of 3, which is good, damage 3 to 4 per unit. So, you know, 10 ghosts, 3 to 4 damage. Yes, it's okay. It's nothing, you know, over the top. But what makes them very, very strong, and why we're going to be using them, is that they have a unique trait to them. So we've seen before when vampires attack, the damage that they do heals them, but it can only heal the, you know, top tier vampire that's, or I can say it doesn't replenish vampires, it only heals them, which ends up meaning that it can only heal up to 30 hit points. You can't bring more vampires back to life. The ghosts work in a different way, and how the ghosts work is that every time they kill an enemy unit, that unit becomes another ghost. And hopefully already you're starting to see some of the implications of how you can get some ghosts to spiral out of control. So the way that they tried to counteract this is, well, twofold. Well, technically, threefold potentially, mostly twofold. So whenever you come across ghosts, you can only ever buy 25 of them from a holding. And that's what's reserved usually for like dragons and demons. It's a very small amount, so to actually get them off the ground can be a little bit difficult. In addition to that, at the end of every week, and bloody hell, it's a mechanic I've not even talked about, mostly because we haven't seen many ends of weeks. At the end of every week, it will say it's the week of so-and-so. Like it might be the... Hey, more giants. It might be the week of the druid, or the week of the demon, or whatever. And what that means is... And there we go, there's the Wizard's Hat. Plus 5 spell damage. What that means is... Say, for instance, we've pretty much brought all of the orcs we can find at the moment. If the only way that we can now get more orcs from the hill populace on Arcathia is if it ends up being a week of the orc, at which point that gets replenished. To kind of stop ghosts from spiraling out of control, so you can't just, like, you know, have them at the start of the game and just completely take them over for the remainder of the mission. Whenever it is the week of the peasant, which seems to come around more often than anyone else, probably because they are the weakest units, they're gonna appear. And there we go, the Flaming Sword. We have all 8 trinkets now. So yeah, anytime it is the week of the peasant, any ghosts in your army will be converted into peasants. So there's a way that you can instantly lose a very strong portion of your force. And the final way is them just getting too powerful for you to control. If they end up killing a lot of units and their hit points now becomes greater than your leadership, they will go out of control. And when a ghost stack is that powerful, it can cause you troubles. I've actually had it before. I think it was one of the first times I played this game. I had ghosts like, oh my god, these guys are OP. We're just going to slowly kill everything and just make them more and more powerful. And what ended up happening is that they, as you imagine, went out of control because I did not have the leadership for them. Yeah, we can finally go pick up those giants. And they turned around and murdered my whole army. And then what ended up happening is that this ghost army... Let's have a quick look at our Dragonbone stuff. And straight away, we know exactly where it is now. So this ghost army ended up murdering all of my troops. And then I came back. And because you've lost the battle, it remembers how much you weakened that unit. So I'd killed all the other units. But now there was just a stack of like 400 ghosts. And this is like on the first island in Arcathia that if I went near, it would just completely murder me. And that can happen when you face an enemy like villain in a castle as well. If you end up having ghosts that go out of control, they now have a massive ghost army that is going to be very difficult to beat. I say very difficult. I mean, you could always just use free spells or turn undead spells, but at the time I wasn't aware of it. And this is also where the final spell we're going to use will come in handy, the raise control spell. So just before we go to do that, we are going to travel to Lost Cael and find the Dragonbone staff. And the reason for that is during the digging process, it's going to use up 2 weeks. So we don't want to be using any raise control spells just yet. And we know precisely where it is because on the map, it showed a magic spire. Now, and here it is. So we are in that position. So the sorcerer can kind of be a bit of a problem. Because if you didn't know the magic spire was there, you'd be like, well, I can't find this fucking item. If you play any of the other 3 characters, the only way to... Yeah, Week of the Peasant and Week of the Pikeman. I never understood why you had weeks of units from the castle, since it's completely useless. And yeah, we're just going to use the last of the time stop spells. So if you're playing any of the other 3 characters, you would see the magic spire there. And fortunately, I just remember that's where the magic spire is. It's always in that location. And yeah, time has been paused for the next 600 days. So the raise control spell, I said, is kind of tepid in how useful it is, because it ends at the end of the week. However, by combining this with the time stop spell, and now if we just travel by using, teleport to town or teleport to ghosts, we're not going to use any more weeks, so we don't have to worry about it. So the next 2 parts of this is that we are going to recruit some ghosts, and we are going to find a town with the raise control spell. So before we go into battle, I'm going into battle. I need only your strongest potions, potion seller. Before we go into battle, we're going to raise our control by as much as we physically can. And that's why I haven't actually bothered buying any more castle troops just yet, because we want to save what gold we have just for just until we get to that point. I say that we actually don't have a huge amount of gold. We spent a lot of it on giants, and yeah, every time we raise control, is raising it by 2,000 each time. So that's an extra 2,000 hit points, and we're just gonna keep using our raise control spell until we literally hit the leadership limit. Just keep going. We'll know when we reach the limit, because eventually it will stop. Instead of saying we've raised it by 2,000, it will start saying we've raised it by 0, because that's as high as we can go. So hopefully you're already starting to see some of the method of madness to this strategy. So ghosts, every time they kill something, they get more ghosts. The biggest problem is us not having leadership, so they go out of control. if we raise our leadership to the absolute maximum, then it doesn't matter how strong that ghost army is going to get. They're not going to betray us. And yeah, who saw that? Yeah, 984 and 0. So we are at the absolute maximum we have for our leadership. And as I recall, there was another dwelling on here which had some ghosts in it. So we're going to see if we can, pick up a few more. So obviously we still have to be a little bit careful. 50 ghosts can just get taken out by stronger units. Like if we were to get them to face like some fucking dragons or something, they're probably not going to hold out too well. However, there are 3 villains left to take out. One of them is known as General Piraxus. General Piraxus has a multitude of peasants for some reason. He has over 5,000 peasants in his army. So what we're going to do is go and fight General Piraxus. In fact, we're just going to quickly head back to Vazara and get ready for the fight. So if we can get our ghost to attack the peasants, what's going to happen is that they are going to spiral out of control, and we are going to have basically the equivalent of like the ghost army from Lord of the Rings of Return. And much like the ghost army in that movie, this bullshit army is going to be nigh on unstoppable. So General Piraxus, reward 40,000 gold. Last seen at Vazara at Castle Vonnerstein. Distinguishing features: thin mustache and chin beard. Still wears the armour of the king's forces. Imposing manner. Crimes: banished from the king's army for excessive force and the torture and murder of prisoners. So in addition to the multitude of peasants, General Piraxus has a few units that can really put the hurt on us. So they've got demons. Obviously they're a large threat of their ability to potentially halve. And this is also specifically why I haven't bought any more castle troops. I'm going to take out the next 2 villains before going back to replenish my troops a little bit for the final battle. Because they have 100 archmages. And I'm put in a bit of an awkward position here, where do I risk the demons attacking us and potentially halving our unit? Or do I... So let me rephrase that. Do I freeze the demons and weather the absolute shit ton of damage that the archmages are going to deal? Or do I freeze the archmages and try and risk not getting halved by the demons? And fortunately that one hasn't halved, and we're just going to... the cards of fortune are hopefully going to help us out a little bit, but we are playing a dangerous game here. So we've moved our ghost up and to the left, so both the troglodytes and the peasants are relatively slow moving, and we're going to start the ghosts on attacking the peasants, because even though they outnumber us massively, all we have to do is kill more peasants that we end up losing, and we're going to get stronger. And unfortunately, the giant can't attack the archmage. 5,006 peasants to be precise, not just 5,000, 5,006. I don't know if that's a reference to something. So let's do an attack here. 214 killed, 75 lost, so that's a net gain of 139, so that's fine. We've gotten stronger from that attack. And, vampires. The vampires, only 25 of them, they are not the biggest problem, but let's see if we can put a little bit of hurt on the archmages. 12. Not as much as I would want to. And unfortunately, I think our giants are going to suffer for that. They're going to be eating a few fireball spells. 11 giants. Eesh. It's not fantastic. But yeah, already we're seeing our ghosts are spiraling out of control. So even on just on the retaliation, they killed more than they lost. So we're doing what we came here to do. And again, yeah, there's only 7 demons, but they are still the bigger threat. We took a risk by letting them attack the first time off, so we're just going to unfortunately have our giants suffer another archmage attack. But once we take the demons out, we can put a little bit more emphasis on freezing the archmages in place. 13 down, and yeah, 233 ghosts, they're getting stronger. 978 kills to 72 losses, so... Oh god, yep, here we go. Here we go. Now we have our ghost army. Lord of the Rings. I always found that just to be so bullshit in Lord of the Rings, just how much of a Deus Ex Machina they are and just how OP they are. Like, how do you face an army that you literally can't... And yeah, that's the last of them. So we should have close to 5,000 ghosts now, which is, in all honesty, going to make the last two battles complete pushovers. We just send the ghost army in, and even when they're at this strength, even against like fucking dragons and something, they're going to be gaining more ghosts than they're going to lose. So we are in a very strong position now. It's just 2 more villains to take out. I mean, we don't have to take them out. We could just go straight for Malazak, the final dragon, but we're going to take them all out and go for the completionist run. So the next one is Dedrus, the Necromancer. Reward, 45,000 gold. Last seen on Vazara. Distinguishing features, rich clothing, skeletal body, expensive jewellery, smells of the grave. Crimes, wanted for practicing necromancy, grave robbing, and robbing the king's tomb. So as you might expect with these being the final 2 villains, ordinarily they would be extremely powerful, but we're going to use our ghost army as just an all-round problem solver. And it's another good way of kind of dealing with the demons, because even if they have our ghost stack, we have so many that it's not going to make much of a difference. So as you can see, they have a very, very strong lineup. They've got archmages, they've got dragons, demons. But we have 5,185 ghosts. And 5,185 ghosts beats literally anything in the game. So we don't have to worry too much. Yeah, 60 archmages, thankfully. Not 100 like the last one. So it's not quite as strong. And we're going to put the hurt on that and just rely on our ghosts to take out the demons. So let's see how much damage they do with the flaming sword of 8,173 points of damage. And yeah, dragons are dead too. Fuck you. There's just nothing that can beat that. 8,000 points of damage. That's 800 pikemen in one go. Yeah, no, I don't know why. If it wasn't for General Piraxus having 5,000 peasants, this strategy would not work. But with them having 10,893 points of damage, 250 knights taken out in a single move. Just, yeah, there's just no counter to that. 14,000, it's just, they just get stronger and stronger. Oh, I love some of the old games that you can just absolutely break. That you can. I mean, maybe they kind of expected someone to be able to figure it out, but just this is meant to be like the final bosses. These are meant to be the final challenge, and we're just fucking steamrolling them. So we're just going to quickly head back to Rockville. And the reason for that is we just want to make the strongest army we possibly can. With 652,000 gold, we can get a lot more knights and cavalry. Now, there's no need for us to do it. Our ghost army could literally take on God himself at this point. But, you know, if we've got the gold, we might as well put it to use, eh? So we're just going to evenly distribute it because, yeah, we don't have enough gold to get all of them. Gold is actually the limiting factor, not leadership now. And we're just going to take out our final boss, Malazak. So let's just quickly grab the contract. We don't want to kill him and him to fly away because that's going to be embarrassing. And the chest in there, that is the one that you need to fly to grab. So Malazak, the Fireworm. Reward, 50,000 gold. Last seen at Vazara at Castle Mandrinak. Distinguishing features. Largest of the red dragons, blistering heat emanates from his body. An enemy of the kingdom and all good people, who conspired to assassinate the king. So from that we can infer that dragons are actually intelligent, although I imagine he himself isn't the one that poisoned it. And as you would imagine from the dragon, there are a lot of dragons. So there's 125, 25, and 100 demons and 100 vampires. So 150 dragons, which on any normal day would be a threat. And unfortunately, there's a bloody boulder right in the way, which is going to slow us down a little bit. But we're just going to completely rush forward. Now, the reason I've put the ghost in the middle rather than towards 100 dragons is, again, those demons are a bigger threat than the dragons. So let's just take them out right off the bat. And they're dealt with. One thing I find quite strange about this game is that they make a big emphasis of the fact that dragons are immune to magic. 35,000 points of damage. And yet, for some reason, the only way to beat Malazak, the biggest and baddest red dragon of them all, is through the Dragonbone staff, which is a magical weapon. I never fully understood that. I mean, maybe because I know I mentioned in the start that they had like some Ujima flip. They were made from like dragon bones, and maybe that's why it works. But I don't know. I just always found it a little bit strange. So we're just going to move our knights into position to take out the weaker stack of dragons, and then we can move our ghosts back to take out the larger stacks. 100 dragons is the toughest stack in the game. So we're gonna see how much hurt the ghost can do. See if they can kill 88 dragons, I'll be very fucking impressed. Let's see what they can do. Nope, they can 34,000 points of damage. Nothing beats it. Nothing beats a ridiculous ghost army. And this final battle, which normally again would be like the epic conclusion to the game, look how strong they are, has become a complete cakewalk because we've just fucking broken the game. Glorious, absolutely glorious. And that's it pretty much. Definitely started going quicker towards the end, but that is Heroes of Might and Magic, quest for the Dragonbone staff beaten. And we have a nice sizable reward that we're not going to use because we are at the end of the game.
Children will forever sing songs about the young hero who defeated Malazak the dragon, and thus delivered the Dragonbone staff back into the deft hands of King Argus. As the king's favorite, you will no doubt be called upon again to test your courage, your wit, and your mettle. But as for today, let me buy you a tankard of ale.
And yeah, we are all finished, and then we can see 25 days. Lowest you could do, 37,800 score. Not that it means anything. So thank you very much for watching this. Hopefully you found it interesting, and I will see you again soon. Bye bye.